Yeah.
Madam Mayor, the mics are live.
Thank you. Welcome all of our visitors tonight. We have a work session for the budget. Can you please have a roll call
Mayor Gore,
here?
Vice Mayor Bennett, Councilor Randolph. Okay, Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
Mr. City Attorney, at some point during this, when Vice Mayor Bennett arrives, because we just left from another meeting, I would like to see if we can add onto this agenda to go into closed session to talk about. Okay. We can jump into the budget discussion. I don't have an agenda in front of me.
Oh, here,
That's the agenda.
yes ma'am. There's, oh, no, there's nothing on here. Yeah, yes ma'am.
All right, Mr. City Manager, we can turn it over to you for the budget work session.
So at our last work session, we handed out the very large books for everybody to go home and put them under their pillows.
Janice.
Is that your hearing aid?
My ears.
Okay,
It's an echo though.
yeah.
There is an echo.
Council asked a few questions at the last meeting. Most notably, you have in front of you the response to the question related to the Office on Youth budget. So the Office on Youth, their proposed budget is what was included, what they submitted and included in the budget. We didn't make any reductions, so it was what they had submitted. So you have in front of you the sheet showing what the FY18 adopted and 19 budget and what was proposed. The reduction deals with requests to make the administrative assistant a full-time position. That's where there's some difference in salary. If council approves that, then that would be what the total amount requested would be currently. So there's been some reduction in salary. The youth program line, that was what was proposed, we did not change it, is $50,000 for the FY20, which is a reduction of over $60,000 from 19. And then we have actual expenditures versus what was budgeted on the last line item for you. So, as we know, there's been some turnover in the office this year, so there's been not as much activity as in previous time with regard to efforts or activities for the youth, but the $50,000 is what was submitted and put in Munis, so we didn't do that. So that would have come from the Office on Youth.
What?
And then-
Say it again.
Hit the light, please. Is it, that's what was submitted?
Yeah, staff did not make any adjustments. So the question was, at the last meeting, why were there reductions in the Office on Youth? The comment was, I believe that was stated that the commission voted to maintain funding, but the numbers that were submitted in Munis for the budget, we didn't change those, so that's just what was submitted, and that's what we're operating off of.
So I will ask you, we didn't get to see what was submitted. I know what we voted for. The contractor was developing this with the coordinator, and so it's been on our agenda to figure out what was submitted, so I can tell you this is not what we had adopted when we voted for the budget. So I guess there needs to be conversation to get you what the commission had voted for, because that's not what was submitted into Munis. But thank you for pulling what was in the system. And I talked about it at our meeting yesterday, and I asked for the chair to contact you to relay what
Okay.
we had voted on for. We asked for level funding because we understood that since we were still in this ongoing transition, that we did not do a lot of programs this year. We had shifted money in order to do the contractor to look at those two department things that we had started with. But we had planned for this upcoming year to ask for level funding and map out the programs that we wanted to do for the next fiscal year. And we have those mapped out with the funding to match what the level funding was. So this was submitted, looks like what the recommendation was, but we didn't take that recommendation.
Okay.
So I'll contact her to tell you again, for her to
Yes.
tell you what we adopted.
I received a couple of,
Counselor Pelham has her light
oh,
on.
I'm sorry.
What is the administrative assistant now, part-time?
Yes.
And what is, this 45 indicates what, is that with benefits?
It should be the total with, well, that would be probably total with benefits, just shown as a lump sum.
And where is the regular budget, where is the other person salary? The director,
That would be in the salary line item.
where,
So that,
I mean, on this, where is the
it's
salary?
not, this is total budget, so,
Tell me what page you're on.
well, they're actually numbered in the upper corner. Office on Youth is under the city manager. So if you look at your line item budget for revenues, or expenditures, I'm sorry, expenditures, it's actually page 8. So the full-time salary line item is projected at $55,000 at this for the upcoming budget. And,
But that's not with benefits.
benefits are scattered throughout the different line items for group health, short-term disability, health insurance.
Okay.
So what, right now we have, that's 45,000 would then be added in if that was approved to the full-time salary line item. We instructed departments not to add requests into their salary line items. We would do that separately once positions were approved. What we found when we did budget review last year, that there were some instances where department would go ahead and add the salary line item, salary information into the line, which made it look like it was already there. And then when you approve the position, sometimes additional money was put in there, so it was like double counting. So we asked everyone this year not to touch anything dealing with salary and benefits. Everything else, your operational line items you could change, we would handle that afterwards.
Counselor Randolph?
So you're telling, you answered, Counselor Pelham that the 45,852 for the administrative assistant full-time position probably included. But I would say based on how they were instructed, it probably doesn't include.
But this number is a total number. It's a total number. So this is a total budget, so this number will include salary and benefits. Whereas the salary line item that she asked about, the 55,000, was simply
So
salary.
do we know what just the salary?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we can find out how much of this is actual salary.
Who did the budget to put this, if you,
Pardon?
who put the stuff in for the office on you?
The Office on Youth, the admin assistant and the contractual, person they had at the time.
Really, okay.
And just for clarity, the salary for the admin assistant, the reason why we're also asking for level funding is because we took away from other places. We didn't ask for an additional amount, it's already from the total amount of the office gets. And the salary that she has is what she had when she was an admin assistant working for the city. We didn't increase her salary.
So she's not hired as a full-time person yet? But I think,
She's what we
She's supposed to
classify as we call a full-time part-timer.
Mm-hmm.
She works 40 hours a week, she's 40-hour part-timer. So she's eligible for some of the benefits, but she doesn't get health insurance unless she pays for it herself. That's how that works as a part-timer.
but, yeah. I was-
So the ask was to make her an actual
I
position.
know, but don't you think you need to wait till the person you hire as a coordinator comes so they can have some input to that?
No, because she's already working the office and she's the only person we have there right
Well, I
now.
know that, but I'm just saying, you still think the coordinator should be.
So this was,
It's
this
not a director.
full-time budget was done by the chairman of the Office on Youth, and the contractor, would that have been Mr. Flirty?
That's incorrect.
Okay, so who is it?
So it wasn't done by the chairman. The commission
Okay.
voted for the budget.
But this
From what I'm
is-
understanding, it seems like the contractor with the coordinator and the assistant, I don't know who put it into that was my question, was who submitted it, and that's what he's answering, so I don't know.
I
The
believe-
problem is it's not
I
what
believe
we voted for.
collectively, Mr. Fordo.
All you have to do is call Mr. Terry, right?
Pardon?
Find out. It should be a mystery of who put this stuff in. Y'all let anybody go in Munis and do that?
No, but a number
Well,
of
then
people have actually.
somebody should know who did it, I understand.
I don't know if forensically they can tell who entered the numbers, but who worked on it was Patrick
Y'all-
Flordeau and Kim Hembrick. They're the two that
I
worked
wanna
on
know
it.
who put it in, because it's no way, y'all told me last, he did, Mr. City Attorney, Manager. You're not just gonna give a code to anybody to work in Munis. Now you tell me you don't even know who put in Munis to input the data.
Well, I
That
don't,
don't match.
okay, so they're apples and oranges. We don't hand out access to Munis to everybody, but I don't have a little buzzer in my office that says Charlie's entering something into Munis right now. So I don't know who over there put it in. We'll try to find that out. But I don't have something that alerts me immediately to someone being in Munis and who that person is.
Not you, but somebody, I would think Mr. Terry would know that, cause every input is probably time dated with a code of who put it there.
And that's the question that I have down here that you've asked for us to answer.
All right, thank you.
Okay, this next item on the work session.
So, the other items that were requested that evening, we're still working on getting answers to those. The mayor asked about all the items that weren't approved, so we're getting that list together. So we're working on that piece. And I got today a couple of items that came through regarding questions about the budget that, we'll have for your next work session. We weren't able to pull up all of them together, and some of them were really more of a FOIA nature than they were of a budget-related item, but we're working on getting those items together. We had several conversations, and council had several conversations during leading up to the budget process about wanting to have a discussion about council's budget. So I thought this evening, if council wanted to have a conversation about council's budget, that would be an opportunity for you to do that. In addition to any questions that anybody had related to the material that y'all took home and read thoroughly, I know, and swam in the numbers. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that you had based on your research over the last week. We're still kind of in the same position of working through. Next week, we have the special meeting to have the public hearing on the tax rate, so we can have the first reading on that, so we can begin preparation of real estate tax bills, so we can get those out. Maintain that schedule to give citizens enough time to be able to get their bill and process it. We had the meeting of the revenue folks down here today, and it seems that I have a typo on the due date for the real estate bill, which is actually not the 5th, but the 15th of June, so that's my fault. So, but in order to get everything done, we still need to have action on the tax rate, which we're proposed as maintaining level taxes on all of our tax rates for this budget year. We need to have action there, so that all those steps that they have to go through can be met in order to get the bills out in time for people to get the response. So that will be your part of your next meeting. It'll only be the one public hearing that we'll do that on at the next meeting. If you've got any questions about what y'all researched, any concerns, be happy to answer them, take notes, and get you the proper answers if I don't have them off the top of my head.
Anybody have questions first?
I do. So the public, night of the public hearing, we can approve that the same night, we don't have to have a second reading or anything else.
You can do it on first and only reading, if I remember correctly.
So you'll put it on the agenda like that, or?
We can put it on the agenda, and city attorney can, it's been a little while since I've dealt with these rules, but if I remember, we can do something on one and only reading as an emergency, if I remember correctly. No, the tax rate ordinance, to approve the tax rates. It's in one reading as opposed to two.
Yeah, I'm not sure you even have to. Are we doing that by ordinance?
We can do it, if we can do it by resolution, we can do it and approve it next Tuesday. Okay, so if it doesn't have to be an ordinance, if we do it by resolution, then it's approved next Tuesday, and you don't have to worry about it, and they can go on their merry way putting bills together. My hope would be, even if we had to do it on two readings and we came back on the 14th, that we wouldn't change our mind, because they really need to start working and getting things done, getting the land book together. So that's why we had called the called special meeting on the 7th.
We need to do that, call a special meeting?
No, I've already done that.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I did that a while back with the budget,
Oh, yeah.
with the budget calendar.
Okay.
And we've already advertised the public hearing for the 7th to consider public comment on the tax rate.
Anybody else have any questions? Counselor Parkin?
I got two questions, and I think one's probably for you, and one might end up being for the revenue ladies out in the crowd. The first question is, what would the impact be in dollars of reducing the real estate income tax rate by 1 cent?
Typically, the rule of thumb that we kind of go by is a penny is about $135,000.
Okay.
So we'd have to go back and cut $135,000 out of the budget.
I'm gonna have to leave.
You have to
Are
be
you
serious.
having a hard time hearing, or?
If they're not, I'm not hearing it.
What about if you sit in the
I'm gonna say, do you wanna sit closer?
I'm gonna run home and get my little microphone, maybe that'll help.
Do you wanna just sit closer?
You wanna come down here?
Yeah,
You
Ms.
and,
Denton.
why don't you
Do
and
you wanna
Debbie
just
switch
sit closer?
places?
No, that's okay, I'll go get
Pull
it.
your chair over here.
There's space right there for you to
Yeah.
sit over there.
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
We can just
'Cause I
slide
don't
down.
hear Debbie at all.
okay.
Because I haven't said anything.
Probably, yeah, it's probably a good thing.
Silence speaks volumes.
I don't have my books.
You want me to-
I can try it.
Yeah, I'll just slide down a little bit. You got enough space.
No, ma'am.
We can like that.
I know.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I ain't biting.
Oh, so you can be Johnny Parton for the day.
I'm bald.
Okay, while they're getting adjusted, so you're saying, reduction will have to equal cutting the budget by that amount? Do you have any other follow-up questions right now?
And then the second one would be, do you know how much it would be if we were to do a 1% increase in the rainy day fund? How much money would we have to move into the fund?
I don't know that one off the top of my head.
Okay.
Trying to do the math.
Would it be times 52 million?
The rainy day fund's $4-point-something million.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure if the rainy day fund actually is based off of like the school's budget included in there and some of all the other ones, or if it's just based off of our city operating budget.
1% of the rainy day fund.
Yeah, so if we were to increase it from 10% to 11%, what would that additional increase end up being?
Yep. It would definitely not work very well with a 1%, once
Right.
reduction in real estate tax rate. Can you hear?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Hold on 1 second. Does anybody else have any questions? Okay, before we do second round, or keep going in circles, I have one question,
Okay.
2 questions. Last year, we asked for there to be, the stormwater fund. When we first created that fund, we put up $1 million because we said we wanted to have neighborhood projects done first. That money seems to have been used majorly for this Greenway project by the marina.
Mm-hmm.
So since that fund is getting money because we have the
Right.
$4, I think it is, fee, what is the, how much of the allocation is gonna go this year? I know you don't have the answer right now, but can you write it down to figure out how much they're gonna use for neighborhood projects? How much money do we have allocated for specific to use in the community as opposed to more Greenway projects?
Okay, so,
Because I know they had to be done to meet the Chesapeake Bay and all the other requirements, but now that we should be, you know, pretty much caught up with those.
okay, so you wanna look at what they're gonna, what type of community projects versus the big projects they're gonna do. So part of it is also, we put some stormwater projects in the capital budget area, so yeah, we can look at
And how
that.
much money in that fund with this upcoming budget is gonna be allocated towards, like percentage-wise, rough estimates? Then my second question is, I had a question from a constituent. I shared it with you, briefly. Basically, the ask is, and I'm glad you guys are here, because the ask is, seniors in our community that are 65 years or older, should they have, I know we have rules right now for tax relief. They're saying to waive taxes for those who are disabled or meet a certain income requirement, let's say hypothetically 30,000 or less, and they're 65 years or older. They would like to know what would be the possibility of trying to do something like that in the city in terms of the taxes. You can come up if you want to. I mean, just off the top of my head, we can come up, absolutely.
My understanding under Virginia State Code is that you have to do it by the medium income. So there's limitations set. And, back in 2005 or 6, I believe, I came before council and I had ours raised up to as high as we could, which moved us, I think it was at 25,000 at that time, and we went to 32,000 and 100,000 net worth. And I also at that time had a deduction of 10,000 for anybody that was disabled in the house. So I think that we are basically maxed out on that, but I would be glad to check into that for you if you'd like me to. But that's my understanding of state code. I mean, Stefan, I don't know if you remember reading any of that, because,
I think you're talking about enabling legislation.
yes, sir.
I don't know what the numbers are now, but I can look.
I think it's like 58.13210, I believe is.
Do you think, I mean, just off the top of your head?
Yeah, and there's pretty much asking to create something new, but I knew we had to follow those. So I just would ask because I said I would ask.
I'm pretty sure that, we're probably maxed out though.
Okay.
Because like I said, I did all that research then and I maxed us out, and I don't think our, medium income growth has changed really since that time.
Perfect.
So,
Thank you so much.
But I will check further.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilor Pelham?
Yes, the plants that are doing all the renovation, we're supposed to get new revenues from all the extra expansions.
Mhm.
When are we gonna see that money?
Not seeing it now.
Or are we seeing, is it this fiscal year? I thought it was like in 18 months when y'all first briefed us about it. When we did all those openings and all that for Hercules and the one on Route 10. Have those monies start coming in yet?
She's talking about the additional projects, expansions that industry had. Some of that revenue is coming back in, but some of it has gone away because of Green Plains and because of.
No, I'm just talking about Hercules and,
I know, it's all in one pot though. So some of that money's coming in, but the total pot of money has reduced some because we lost Green Plains out of the same big pot.
okay, so can we get a balance if there's any, whenever, and just for future reference, whenever there's new revenues like that, I mean, I would like to see the day to expand on, giving back to the neighborhoods. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me every year we do a very minimal to improve neighborhood gutters and drainage and infrastructure. I mean, I think Mr. Butler does an outstanding job in what he does in planning.
Right.
However, once that money, like you say, get in one pot, we find a reason to spend it. But in new monies that come in, then I just think those monies should be in a separate line item just for neighborhood infrastructure. I mean, everybody has a street that needs to be done or a ditch that needs to be drained. It's horrible, the drainage in Hopewell. So just food for thought, if you, some kind of way we can strategically.
So this is actually, interesting because Mr. Terry and our conversation yesterday afternoon was, one, every year someone in the General Assembly makes a run at M&T, every year.
Every year.
So we need to find a way to become, not that we can become less dependent on M&T because it generates, $8 million for us, and that you just can't go get that.
Yeah.
But looking at growth and how can we, my thought process was looking at how can we transition M&T money more towards capital and not towards operating. So if something were to happen to M&T, it wouldn't hurt us on the operating side as much. Now, we could then say capital projects, we just can't do it because we don't have the revenue because the resource is gone or we don't get it anymore. But that way it wouldn't hurt us on the operating side of the house as much. So that's not something this year, but something we will be looking at is how can we transition some of those funds. And so as you were saying, the new revenue that would come in when that project came online and we started realizing those revenues, accounting for those revenues more on a capital side than completely on the operating side to limit our dependency on that. So
But I don't wanna call it capital, I wanted to call it neighborhood infrastructure improvements.
Right,
Cause
but
we
those-
put it in capital, it's gonna be used for something else besides,
well, when
that's
you,
just my thought, our neighborhoods, some of our neighborhoods
well,
look,
capital is where you should be funding paving.
I know.
Your stormwater is a capital project,
I
so
know.
those where those resources and funds would go and identify that line item in a capital budget. The other option, you have, is you could raise the stormwater fee, which would generate
No,
additional
we're not
revenue.
doing, I know, nobody raised
So-
the jack.
Can I also add that this past year in the General Assembly, the approach on M&T on trying to do something to it changed. This past year, the attempt was made to try to exclude M&T for the first 5 years of new projects, not get rid of all the old M&T. Because really, what they're trying to do is lower that M&T for when they put a infrastructure or proposal together, incentive package for industry who's looking to locate here. And that first 5 years makes the project more doable. So.
I can live with that.
Well, there's a big difference because they're not doing away with all the M&T we already have. They just wanna, on new projects, wanna take it away for the first 5 years, which makes an extreme difference.
But that makes sense to me. I mean, to bring business into your community, but you're not changing the bottom line that you're receiving now, that you have to adjust it.
Well, I agree with you, but if it comes down to political will and it's either them take away all of it,
Right.
even that we already get, or them limit the first couple of years of it somehow, I'd take that second one every time, but hopefully they wouldn't do either, but I'm just saying, they've changed their approach some. The other thing I would say is your question about why can't we list that separately? I believe the commissioner will tell you, because we've had this discussion, that because of her tax laws, she can't list what comes in individually from,
I don't wanna list
Project.
individually. I mean,
That's a lump sum of new revenue.
you don't have to be listed individually, but if she gets money from Hercules, she just puts it in there. It doesn't mean, just like the same pot that you put all capital in, right? I mean, you don't have to itemize it's coming from Hercules, you just have to transfer the money.
You're thinking, if I understood correctly, you're just looking at a lump sum of new revenue.
Yes.
Not specifically who it came from, but new
I don't care
revenue.
where it comes from.
but it's not new revenue like this year. Even though they increased from a couple of industries, we had a big reduction from another industry,
I
so
know.
there was a net decrease
Can
in
you tell me
M&T.
what that is? What's the net?
Yeah, it was in your revenue numbers.
Okay, well, I
It was,
can't
it was,
read them.
what, Mr. Alton?
Show me how to
What
read it.
was the total reduction in M&T in your projection?
think thought the reduction was
Million.
1.2 million.
Yeah, it's
million
it's
overall.
more than $1 million in total reduction.
Yeah.
So there is no net additional
year.
revenue this year in M&T, even though some of the plants went up. Because some of them went way down, the green plants.
All right, well, where did y'all get that $750,000 for the covenants for the bonds? Where did
That is the amount of debt service that it increased per our revenue, per our debt requirements. So that's how we got that. That's a number that would come from, your good friend, Mr. Sanderson at Davenport, what we have to pay for our bond requirements.
I know, but where was it paid before?
So, as we kind of talked last week, as we talked in the finance committee meeting, that was all debt service and capital were all captured in
Together.
capital together. So what you had is the opportunity, as we were doing capital projects and paying debt service, because capital projects lag, and some are completed this year and some of them carry over, those dollars could be used to pay the debt service as opposed to go to a project. Now, whether that happened or not, I don't know, but because they're all lumped together, that's how that could happen, and that's why we pulled out debt service this year and created a debt service fund to show clearly what the debt service obligations were versus what the capital project costs were.
Okay. Yes,
Here,
ma'am.
push my button. She can push my button.
Yes, Counselor Day.
Since we have all the guru here from main floor, I know a couple of years ago, Terry Batten came and told us that there was $1 million or $2 million worth of delinquent taxes that were still owed to the city. And I just read in the paper where Prince George is trying to collect their delinquent taxes. Do we have any idea what that amount is, and are we having any luck collecting those taxes?
We're making more aggressive.
Can you come to the mic, ma'am?
What's the percentage increase or decrease from this time last year? If you know.
I can't tell you off the top of my head the increase or decrease or versus last year, but I'll look into and get back. I can say we had a report run yesterday. We haven't scrubbed it to see, how much has gone to Sands Anderson collections, et cetera. But I would say anywhere between $2 to $3 million is outstanding in delinquent taxes, going back, to our, and this is just real estate portion. We have started doing treasurer summons, which have gone really well. With that statutory, what we do is basically call people in and have them pretty much empty out all of their information, their bank accounts, et cetera, so that we can put liens on those, do what we have to do to collect. So we've done a couple of those so far. They've gone really well. I've been pleased. We've collected probably over $300,000 just with those activities. And the situation with big companies that have not, I felt, listened to what we have said in writing, those will be turned over to a new collection, and I will be sending that to you all, a proposal. I plan on using 3 different collection venues, breaking them by size, complexity. In some cases, we have an organization that say they change legal entities. So they might have 40 delinquent properties and they change the ownership of those properties. So if you have them with one particular company collecting, it might be more difficult than if you have a single attorney going after them, because that single focus can be there. So we're looking at all of that. I'll be bringing that to you all once we get through the tax billing. Then we can really look and see 120 days past the due date of June 15th, who we really need to target and go after different venues. So I'm excited. I think we'll get the money.
See, that's new revenue.
I was just gonna say, when you send us that monthly report with all the figures, can you just kind of give us an idea of what the debt taxes, delinquent taxes?
Sure.
And how much we're collecting off of that?
Sure.
Okay.
Exciting. I love doing it.
Thank you for doing it.
Any other questions right now?
Getting back onto talking about the neighborhoods, I'm actually really glad that y'all brought that up. I talked with Mr. Butler back in December, and so, pardon my fuzzy memory on the specific number, but I remember him making a comment that a previous budget year, and it continued to carry over, that there was about $500,000 of cuts into what he classified as neighborhood road repaving. And so, do you know off the top of your head, because I didn't see it in here labeled as neighborhood road repaving, naturally, but do you know how much, if there's been an increase in it for this budget?
So what, in your capital, there's a synopsis of capital and the expenditure piece.
Okay.
Well, no, it's actually in capital.
What page?
I'm looking, trying to go through. What I can tell you is that what we've done in capital this go around is a lot of the paving that Mr. Butler does is under the VDOT revenue sharing program. So what we've done in this year's capital budget, so you ask about the new revenue that we had, and we had $750,000 in debt service payment that we had to cover, the increased cost at the jail that we have to cover, the increase in the refuse collections coming from, that has to be a fee increase to offset that, which we talked about last fall. But the big item in capital was we made the VDOT project, revenue sharing projects whole. So there's $1 million in capital for the upcoming year in that VDOT line, revenue sharing line item to make that whole. So that's where the bulk, which he does use those dollars, and he uses those dollars to perpetuate through the revenue sharing program, paving in neighborhoods and paving throughout the city. And if it's not in here, it'll be part of what we have. And I thought for sure there was a little
I didn't see like
piece
an
in
executive
here.
summary, unless I just.
Well, there's a capital projects line, and it talks about $1.3 million-ish. $1 million of that is to Mr. Butler's program for revenue sharing, to meet all of his revenue sharing projects. So, part of which is paving. Now, there are paving dollars, in Public Works, which we use to pave streets, but what Mr. Butler's talking about is how he uses the VDOT revenue sharing project program. We get a reimbursement, we pay for the project, we get a reimbursement, he takes the reimbursement and rolls it into a next project, we get reimbursement, and it continues. So, it's, it was discussed with me that they had some money in what they called CAFR jail, that we're trying to restore those dollars here in the budget.
What do you mean when you say made whole, though? What do you mean by that?
Well, the CAFR jail piece. So there were dollars that they had asked, I'm sure with the same conversation with Mr. Parton, to have those dollars be re-released so they could use them. So we're trying to add to that to make his VDOT revenue sharing projects whole in the budget. There's $1 million of VDOT projects in the budget.
So my understanding is, though, when he says it's been cut, that means the previous fiscal year's budget, he had $500,000 more than what he had in whichever year this was, and I wish I could remember what it was.
Right.
But I mean, unless I'm misunderstanding, what you're trying to tell me is that it's a rollover issue, because that's not how he explained it to me.
No,
It's been cut.
it was cut, and
Right.
we're attempting to restore those funds in this budget.
Okay, so then what is the increase in this year's budget?
Well, I don't have the capital numbers in front of me.
Okay.
That's where we would have that,
Okay,
which would be your next work session.
okay,
But I'll get with Mr. Butler and find out,
what the actual increase was
well,
from.
what he was talking about.
Okay,
But
Because I would like to know what the difference is in, well, what, last year's paving numbers were, and then what is being proposed this year. Because I would like to see that gap closed. I mean, that's something that I think everybody can appreciate, is, putting more money, like we said, back into the neighborhoods.
So, okay, we'll,
I can get with you offline.
no, well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look at paving dollars and the VDOT dollars, because I think Mr. Butler's talking about his VDOT dollars, but,
Okay.
Something different.
we'll look at both numbers.
Because I know that, there's like, he always explains it in, color categories. There's like a red, there's a blue, and there's an orange, but,
Yeah, which are where he's going next.
right.
Yeah. So what we're trying to do in this year's budget is give him, so he'll have $1 million to go towards his revenue sharing projects.
Okay.
Paving and
Hold on one
what
second.
other revenue sharing projects they have.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
one,
so-
one moment, please. Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished.
I had, you can go, I'll let you go, I'll go after you, but I was gonna piggyback off of him before you jumped in.
No, go ahead, I am too. I'm gonna ask
Um,
him this question.
Okay, one point is the Caffer jail, I think I know what you're talking about. When 2016, when we realized that the Caffers were behind, we had already planned a budget that included money for neighborhoods. We increased the paving budget by like $360,000 or something like that. So I think that's the money that he's equating to Caffer jail. But we also put money aside for Mountie Gym renovation and other projects, the statues, so council has already tried to increase this, but since we had to freeze everything, we didn't unrelease things. So my question is, based off of that answer, what else has been released from Caffer jail? Because then I would like to know, where's the money for Malini? Where's the money for the statues? Where's the money for the other projects that we have frozen because the Caffers were behind? And that leads me to my question I asked last week, and I know you haven't developed this yet. This is the one that you said that, I'm gonna get back. In our finance committee, I share with you, typically, when we do the budget process, staff says, here is the base money that we have from last year, and then here's all of the new money, and here's how we allocate the new money. So my thought is, if there's money to increase this budget line item or section from before, then what other money was available to spread out? So it goes back to the original question. And let's say our budget last year, I think it was like 68 million. Let's say this year we're at 70 million. What was given the $2 million? Because it seems like that was done, because if there's an increase here and it wasn't one last year, then there's money that was played with.
So, yes, there's money that's played with, because we had to put $700,000 toward that service fund. We had an increase at the jail. We had increases in standard line items on maintenance contracts that we have to observe. But what the issue here is, did we release, I'm just used the terminology Caffer jail because that's what I think he's referring to. For me, I don't care what that was, because that was back then and I'm dealing with what's right now, and I can't deal, I don't know what y'all did or didn't do and what you placed a hold on and how that worked. I'm working from 19 forward.
Right.
And what we have is we put money in for revenue sharing because these are the obligations that we know are coming in the upcoming year that we need to be able to meet.
So there is an addition. That's why I asked you, what do you mean by made whole? That's why I asked that question.
We may have increased it because we have obligations that we have to meet.
Right, so everything that the leftover money in this budget from last year's revenue source has only gone towards obligated, mandated things, like you said, the jail. Obviously, there's things that are outside of our control. Anything left over should come for us to decide. That's what I was asking you about, because that's, it's part of our decision making.
Well, but it's also my obligation to present a budget to council of what I need to operate the city.
Right, but we should know what the difference is in revenue. That's why I'm asking you the question. And especially if we're gonna break tradition, if we know that we had this amount last year and you're doing a baseline budget for the next year, and you have increased operational costs that are mandated, that's fine, but we should know if there's leftover revenue or new revenue, where that money is broken up into. So typically they say, for example, health insurance went up $100,000, we have to meet this obligation, boom. Riverside Jail went up because we have to meet this contract, boom. We break it out so we know where that money, that's what I'm saying. So you can present your budget, that's fine, but if there's new money that's been spent around, we should know where it was allocated so we can know where the differences are. That's what my question was. So it seems like the make whole part is not necessarily meeting his VEDA obligations versus giving him a new allocation or an additional allocation, but everything else anything that's new revenue, we just need to know where it's at the next budget work session. So we can see. But I'm not opposed to increasing, I just wanna see where
Yeah, you wanna see.
yeah.
Yep, we're working on that one.
But to answer your question, that's where it was like 360 or something
Yeah.
in that capital projects, but it's from that long time ago, but Council Randolph had her light on.
And Ms. Gore, just to that point though, just remember from the first letter, the actual operating fund is decreased this year, not increased.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you guys just shifted money around from other departments, everything was decreased?
It's $500,000 less because of where the revenue is. And because of mandated costs.
So then departments decrease.
They're in extra money.
Okay, so I had other questions, so that was that. The other question I had asked for, I'll just say something else then. I had wrote down road infrastructure as well as my number one. On the agenda for last meeting, we didn't get to it, but I talked to the city manager about this in our finance committee. I think this should be a good time to have the same conversation because we're talking about the budget. We were looking at trying to, and I want to make sure Ms. Reason hears this. I don't know if it's possible if we could do a different type of reduction for for businesses, nonprofits, or churches that actually do something in the community. Let's say that they offer a dance class at the Beacon Theater and they need to have supplies to be able to teach the students. If they're contributing to our city and students with a partnership with the city, if we can look at trying to do something for them. It's kind of like a B Corp philosophy. You okay? You okay? So, if you look at B Corps, it's like a philanthropic organization, right? For businesses that do philanthropic work. So if you get your citizens, kind of like Council Parton asked for Employee Day to serve for the city of Hopewell. If businesses do that, instead of us doing it, if businesses, I think we should do that, but if businesses do that to support the city in terms of doing an Employee Day to serve with a city benefit, or if we use them to offer youth programs or other city programs, we talked about in conversation from different meetings, people wanting more financial services, home ownership services, things of that nature. If they're providing it as a benefit to the city, as a partnership, if we could help them offset some of those costs, because I know they can do tax write-off or something like that. But that's one conversation to think about. And the other thing I would say too, I talked to Mr. Altman in regards to council's budget. The proposal is to reduce our budget by $10,000. And so the same thing would go to that if we can use that money to do community grants for people who offer services. Because we've been talking about, in particular, changing the model for the Beacon Theater for some time now. And we haven't gotten around to figuring out what it's gonna be. But council has always said we want it to be a community theater. And right now it's not functioning that way. So if we could find a way to have the doors open up and allow people to be able to do services for the community and do a community grant the same way we offer the legacy grant for businesses or facade improvement grants, but to do grants for people who are offering services to improve the quality of life for people. So that's one consideration I would like for you guys to consider. Anyone else have a light? Councilor Parton, then Councilor Randolph.
The first question, and I should have asked it, and I just happened to think about it when we were talking about the infrastructure. I know some of my fellow councilors kind of don't like the idea of raising the stormwater fee, but if we did raise it $1, how much additional revenue would that put into the stormwater program for fixing drainage issues?
For specifically for drainage, stormwater issues?
Right. So, I mean, we would,
About 96,000, right?
Yeah, and it,
It'd be 12 times 8,
yeah, but, yeah,
12
Because I-
times 8,000.
yeah.
because I know that, you know, the fee pays for the salaries. I remember that discussion when I
Yeah.
sat out here in the audience, listening to it all.
Mhm.
You know, and it, you know, if, you know, we raise the fee, I wouldn't, you know, necessarily want it to go to another position. I'd rather see it go back into tangible improvements into the neighborhoods. So that
Correct.
way, I mean, it is improving housing quality, so, you know, we're tackling that issue at the same time while improving neighborhood infrastructure.
Yeah, and so you could, we haven't proposed any positions, so anything that you did, you could dedicate those dollars to doing
Okay.
improvements.
Do you mind looking into how much that would be?
Well, it's about $96,000.
Yeah, it's 8,000 homes roughly times $1 a month, $12 a year, so that'd be
Okay.
around $96,000,
Okay.
roughly. I mean, there's approximately 8,000 homes, so it'd be roughly that.
Back of the,
What,
back
what
of the
about
map.
the apartments? They don't pay it.
They're classified, the apartments don't pay, the apartment owner pays, but on their parcel, but that's
But
a
don't they
separate
pay-
calculation, I'd have to get that
Just,
from Joe.
I mean, just roughly, you
100
know,
grand.
quickly.
Yeah, I'm just giving you a
yeah.
ballpark number.
Yeah, just roughly about $100,000.
But aren't we going to recoup that? Because the issue, and I don't know if Council Parton was in the audience when we talked about this, the issue was for the last couple of years, there was an issue with collecting delinquent payments. The contract that they were operating under did not have the provision for someone to collect delinquent payments. And I know I've in particular harassed them, why is the contract not amended if you know there's a problem and there's a hole here? When Mr. Altman came on board, I know he got them to look at the contract, and I know that he can brief you on the process of that, but I know he's taking steps to fix that gap. But if you're looking at versus, I'm just think about it for consideration. In my opinion, there's been a lack of performance in collecting that money when you knew there was a gap with the contract. So instead of punishing people to increase their fees, we should look at why the contract wasn't addressed appropriately, and now look at what money they're gonna be collecting now the gap has been closed, because now we're gonna get more money than what we're getting in previous years. Is if I remember correctly, and I'm thinking off the top of my head, I think it was like $600,000, the last 16 to 17 that they were not getting because of delinquent payments. So now if they're fixing the gap, that's more money that they're gonna have to be able to spend. But Mr. Altman can tell you about where he's at with the contract negotiations, and maybe when you look at it, can you look at what they anticipate to recover now that they're fixing the contract?
So what we have is a third-party biller that bills for stormwater, and sewer. And that third-party biller, we're currently bidding that back out to look to see what we can get. Had to think about what I was saying, at right now. So that service is being rebid. And within that rebid, we're looking at those types of issues and responsiveness to collections, and also really one of the big issues we have is customer service with people who have issues with their bill. So that's part of we're rebidding it. We did an RFQ to qualify companies, and I think we're now in the RFP portion. So we're looking to fix that piece of the pie, of the puzzle, but we can look at, certainly, you know, come up with a number more than off the back of our cuff that Mr. Dane did of roughly $100,000 and what that dollar would equal in an increase. But then also look at how much is out there from a delinquency perspective, and what, if we were doing full collections, how much additional would we realize?
Mr. Parton, what we presented before, to a previous council before you were on here, part of the problem was the water company will only cut off service to a limited number per month for us based on their current process. We have no teeth with our regulation. If somebody doesn't pay their water and sewer bill, we can't cut their water off. Not the water, but their sewer, trash, and stormwater bill. And it was further complicated by the fact that the bill goes to the tenant in the case of rentals. And if they don't pay and they move, We don't have them anymore. And we were losing a tremendous number. So we actually came to council and recommended that the bills ought to go to the property owner, and they ought to add it into the cost of rent, which actually would help, it would drive collections better, but it would do another thing. It would raise our rents a little bit and make us not the lowest rent place in the Tri-Cities, which is a very negative connotation, because the true cost is there, but it's being pushed off. So we had recommended that, but it was not approved by that prior council, and I think we're looking at all those options coming back with this current issue.
Yeah, I would
Okay.
strongly recommend we bill the owner and not the tenant, because as he stated, as soon as the tenant leaves, they're gone. We don't have any way of tracking them down. So the owner so we'll use the terminology that we talk about down at the treatment plant. The treatment plant's a fixed target. That property and that property owner are a fixed target. We know who they are, we bill them. It's up to them on how they wanna pass that cost along to their tenant. That would be between the property owner and the tenant, how they wanna handle that rent piece. But for us, I believe knowing who to bill would address that greatly, cause right now, Ms. Randolph decides to move, we have no way of knowing where she moved to or how to track her down. She's just gone.
Okay.
Counselor Randolph?
Let's backtrack a little bit. I appreciate that there has been talk about reducing council's budget by $10,000, but I wanna make sure that we have enough time tonight before we leave to definitely talk about council's budget, because when we wrote in, our suggestions, my suggestion was we'd be closer to $60,000 in reducing council's budget. So hopefully we can come to some kind of an agreement tonight, somewhere between $10,000 and $60,000 if possible, and I'd like to certainly get there. I did have a question that has not been answered by anything I've read, and that is, what happens if council goes over their budget allotment? Or what has been happening in the past? Does anybody know?
We haven't gone over our budget that I know of.
But if we were to,
Well, actually, we thought, remember we.
When the city
we
manager
thought-
presented it, we
Right,
did, not
that we
him, but
did,
we
and
weren't
thought
over
that.
budget.
Ordinarily, what happened last time is that we simply put it on the agenda and requested an allotment, which it turned out council really didn't need. Because your budget's pretty,
yep.
yeah, you don't run
But I
out of
know
money
that
by
in
talking.
previous years, in 15 years that I've been following this, that previous councils have gone over their budgets that I remember, and there was a simple process, we just voted ourselves more money. I don't wanna ever get us into that position, don't think we should ever do that if we can
The
help
last
it.
7 years,
But I just wanted to
it's never.
clarify that that's what we would do.
No, we will follow whatever procedure that staff does when they go over budget.
Right.
Each year, at the end of the budget cycle, the finance director comes back and asks for council to do a lump sum appropriation to address everyone's department's budgets. So that's how the process is handled. Since I've been on council since 2013, council's never gone over budget. But if we were to, it would be handled just like all other city departments when the financial director comes to present.
Understood and understand that, to be the process, just simply will say, as the heads of the city, we probably shouldn't ever wanna go over budget. Secondly, the issue about the beacon and opening up, I will bring forward that there is a nonprofit called the Illuminated Stage that has been asking to work with the city and the beacon to come in and do exactly what you're suggesting, which is make that community theater piece that council has been wanting the theater to be for quite a long time, and have their ability to work with, I assume, current management of the Beacon. Somehow that'll have to be worked out with the concerts, but to open it up so that more people will enjoy not just theater, but classes and other things of that nature. So I caution us to make sure that we look at all options for any potential that we may look at for the Beacon for the future. And then I have to say that based on Mr. Altman's recent conversation about the water bills, I would highly recommend that we make the responsible party the owner of that, and I would absolutely go for that, because if we're going to hold people accountable, it needs to be the property owner that's making the money on that property, and the people that we can put more teeth into if we need to. Thank you.
Counselor Pella?
Yes, in the revenue section and as well as expenditure under the school budget bus replacement fund, why is it blank?
What page is that?
I have no, we don't name, number pages.
Well, if you,
It's under revenue, where it's all the different proposed revenue budget fiscal year 2019. And the bus fund is blank for revenues and expenditures. Is that,
Well,
is that,
so-
does it mean there's zero balance?
well, if you look at, I think, well, one, we haven't received their budget yet, so we just plug numbers, but their bus fund, if I remember correctly, is an appropriation from the operating fund, if I remember correctly.
Why is it blank?
So, well, I'm supposed to meet with them tomorrow to talk about their budget, so we'll have the school board recently passed their budget, so we did a budget, but we didn't, it's not their budget, so we've gotta get that, as y'all saw at the work session, what we got was, well, we need more than we got last year, but there was never a number provided. So, superintendent and I have been in discussions about having them basically fill out these funds to send to us, so we have a breakdown of what that looks like. But we'll find out what that number is soon.
And also, under the general fund and expenditures, it has a F under the general fund, increase to cover contingencies and litigation. What is contingencies? Is that a legal term for more money or under the general fund, under expenditures, where it lists all the departments? What is the contingencies? Is that for what we farm out?
So what are you looking at specifically?
Expenditures
Mm-hmm.
is about 3 pages in after this goes.
So is this the long,
Yeah, long list that says general fund fiscal year 20 and 19.
okay,
It's all changed.
mm-hmm,
The F notation says increase to cover contingencies and litigation. What is contingency? Was that stuff that you farmed out for legal fees or?
okay, all right, so okay, gotcha. The E notation, increase to cover contingencies and litigation.
It went from 935 to $1,000,001 looked like.
So that's, one, we have,
What's
that's in the
contingency one?
non-departmental. And in non-departmental, we have, that's our retiree health insurance, employee assistance program, that has contingency litigation there, and also memberships and dues. So there's a lot of items that go in there,
What can
just
you
to cover those, but you want a specific dollar breakdown of what that
I
looks
like
like?
to separate litigation, I mean, stuff that
Okay,
that we pay for, 'cause we asked for that number, how much more money did we pay for all litigation, Sands Anderson versus others?
I'm working on that right now, I actually
So-
have the numbers to send to y'all.
So how would you name that contingencies and you put all that stuff you just named in there? That don't make sense to me, and then increase it to $1 million.
Well, it's gone up, but again, that doesn't necessarily mean it's gone up because of litigation. We've got retiree obligations and other things that go into that.
We can do a breakdown.
Yeah, that's,
What, tell me what non-departmental includes first,
so if you go, turn to the next page,
okay? On this, before
Turn.
this,
turn to the next page.
backwards, forward,
Yeah, that's.
oh, okay, yeah, okay.
But you need
Retiree
the same
health
thing for
insurance.
contingency.
So, contingency again is with litigation, can you separate those
Yeah.
two?
Mm-hmm.
I want all 4 of them, I guess, just
Yeah.
give a
Breakdown
value,
of, the breakdown of non-departmental.
and then separate contingency and litigation. And then that would give us what I need anyway to see what our total litigation bill is.
Do you want dues and membership separated too?
No, cause I think that's the same thing, memberships and you gonna pay dues for memberships too, right? I don't know why they did it that way.
It's
Should
the
be
same
dues.
thing, dues.
Memberships are just a fee. You can name what all the memberships we pay for if you want.
Those are the memberships, I think, that are citywide
Yeah, there's
memberships, not
NLC, VML,
department-specific
LGA,
memberships.
ICMA, those things.
Okay, I don't wanna know about
We'll
that.
just do a breakdown of what they are.
Alright, and something, okay.
Does anybody else
When
have?
you meet with the school board, is that done with anyone else, just you?
I'm just stopping by on my way in tomorrow to talk to them.
Okay. And then grass cutting under cemetery fund,
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe we paid $27,000. Is that
gone
for
up.
the whole city grass or just the cemetery?
Cemetery.
Just for the cemetery grass? You ain't get that much grass out there.
But they have to weed in and out.
$27,000. Did you, I can't believe y'all spent $27,000. I
It's
want
more
that to.
expensive because of the weed eating, I would imagine.
That you gotta do around the graves each.
Yeah. The headstones.
That's, is that a contract? Or whoever gets it, rotation?
I think it's contracted out, and I don't know,
You
I don't know what
bid
the
for
status
it?
of the contract is or how long it is.
I'd like to know who has the contract and how long they've had it. And it should be rotational, for sure.
Any other questions? You good? All right, no lights on, so, there's no lights on, so I'll just ask my questions and piggybacking off, this is what I wanted you to hear, Commissioner Reason. Piggybacking off of what she just said about contracts, I left my book in the car. We talked about, I had an impromptu meeting with the treasurer's office, a couple months ago regarding collections. And one of the things that came up in the conversation was trying to mimic what your office has in terms of getting a real estate, a business license. You have to have all of your property taxes paid. And so the city attorney's researching that. So I know you'll look up stuff, but just to say, for something else for you to consider, there was two options that presented to council, and he's looking into them. One option was, we have people who are vendors / contractors with the city who owe taxes. So how can we, not offer contracts to people who owe us money if they're gonna be making money from the city? So he's looking at that. I know there was something about who the business entity is itself in that discussion. The other thing about that was, to make it so you can't get a business license if you owe real estate taxes in addition to personal property taxes. But he's researching that, but you're here, so.
I do believe that you can't do that with the real estate. That's my opinion,
Okay.
because you have to follow Virginia State Code. But I've been working with Mr. Altman trying to get, Ms. Griffin's office and the
For the permits, right, for code.
for code and, April, whenever they take any contracts. And he has had it added to their application that they do not get the bid until they come to my office and have a license first, is my understanding, right?
Yeah, so we've added the languages regarding business licenses and all that is in the bid documents and part of the application process.
So we have been working on that.
Thank you.
And March will tell you, I requested this how many years ago?
A long time ago.
You come see me. I got you. So, like, and the other thing I was gonna no, you're good. Thank you. We'll still need to touch base about the SARP and Day. Remember last time we tried to work on cutting their other red tape with getting a business license. That's the offline conversation, but we were working to try to help cut the red tape on people getting business license a couple years ago. When it fell with that, to see what else we can do with you. The other thing I say and follow with the Beacon comment, it's not related to you specifically. First thing is, you're correct about Illuminated Stage. I met with them with Ms. Shornack. The issue is council has the ability right now to terminate the LLC. I put that on the agenda last year in February. We've been waiting to get the options about what council can do to move forward. But unfortunately, since staff is really consumed with trying to get the CAFR, the police station, all those other things caught up, they haven't had a chance touch it yet, and I've talked to Mr. Altman about it, just keep on his radar, and he's fully aware of it. So what I was suggesting is, we're nowhere near being able to get rid of the LLC, having something else in place. It has to have more conversation, more development. So this idea is going to present at the next meeting, is to just have a gap, a stopgap, because people in the community want programs, and that's the biggest thing I keep hearing is there's nothing for people to do. Even though my kids need something to do, adults need something to do, they need more community events, more community just involvement. And so this was an idea to figure out how we can temporarily use the Beacon and until we have a bigger plan together. So just for clarification, so no one thinks that I'm trying to say completely scrap that. I support them when they stage. I love their concept, but we're not there with trying to figure out what to do with them. And this was just an idea to try to get some programs outside of what Lauren and the Beacon currently do into the city. And I think that there's some other options that we can look at. I'm gonna continue to talk with Mr. City Manager to present some ideas. The other thing in terms of the Beacon, can we please make sure that they come back to give us a financial report, as I shared with you in our finance committee? They were supposed to, we ain't seen them since. So we need to see the numbers and to know what the audit issues were with them in the past, with their finances or obtaining them. And so then the other thing I was gonna say is, this is a question about the budget process. And I guess it's a question we can do for the finance committee / investment committee meeting, since you're here. I'm going to call an investment committee, because the questions I have in regards to the budget administration itself is, how are we going to move forward with reconciliation with these things at the end? Because going back to what Councilor Randolph was asking, monthly reconciliations to see when the accounts are even, and to make sure that the transfers are not negative, so at the end of the year, people are not scrambling to try to fix the gaps. So is there a process or talks in place now for when this next budget hits, you'll be a better process to do monthly reconciliations, or is that, I mean, what is, whoever can answer?
Well, the question would be, what kind of so are you looking at, from a budget perspective, expenses? So the conversation was what happens when someone goes over?
Well, I'm saying
Or are we
that just
looking
came,
at-
yeah.
Or are we looking at revenue coming in and reconciling that, basically balancing your checkbook? Is that what you're talking about?
Basically balancing checkbook, because I can say, when I was getting frequent reports from Munis regarding the budget, I can see in departments where they were over. And it was like, okay, if I can see it and I just get a budget report, I don't know why it's still over. And so the practice has always been to come at the end of the year to do a whole fix.
True up.
Yeah, versus throughout the year, making sure our reconciliations are correct, because that also prolongs the audit process, because then you have to go back, figure out what these were, what would it came from, and it just, we could be doing it throughout the year.
So my advice to department heads is, so I'm not worried if a department, as long as, if a line item is running into the negative, but the bottom line is still in the positive, that doesn't bother me, because what that just shows me is a true accounting of cost incurred, as opposed to transferring money from this line item up to this one to cover it. I'd rather see that, hey, look at the trend, and each year we need to put more money here. So as long as the departmental bottom line isn't in the negative, I'm okay. So where we have the question that Ms. Randolph asked is when that bottom line number is, and that's when you have to do those true ups at the end of the year. So as long as at the end of the year we're in the good, we don't have to do any true up. So we should hopefully know that when we close the budget out June 30 and close all of our books. The balancing the checkbook piece monthly as you get revenues in, that would be a treasurer question. She takes in those dollars each month, and then I'm assuming what you're talking about is
The
reconciling or
reconciliations.
balancing that each month as we go along. So when we close the end of the year,
We don't have to go back the entire
Correct,
year.
yeah.
So
that would be,
can you come to the microphone, please?
There are 3 conversations that we're having right now with the finance director. One is, there is a module in Munis called the bank reconciliation module that allows the file from the bank to match up with the expenditures and everything that's recorded in Munis, and then have a human being go through and reconcile those differences. We were supposed to meet last week. We had some staffing changes, so we are going to be probably meeting sometime in May to look at that as an option. The second discussion is on monthly close. I'm not sure if the city ever had a monthly close schedule, but since I've been here, we don't have a monthly close, meaning that it's set in stone, all transactions, say, would have to be in by midnight tonight, so that on tomorrow, we're basically going back and reconciling the month of April, so that May, you would have some type of financial reports or whatever. We're not there yet, but we are in discussion that it is something that we definitely should be moving towards, because then you can start to catch things, entries that haven't been made, journals that haven't been posted, et cetera. And then the third thing would just be, I would say in my department, you all had, I guess, authorized back in September of 2017 for a CPA to be in the department. And I went back and looked at the notes, and it was for a full-time CPA. But what actually I inherited was a part-time. And he gets a lot done, but I think that for me, if we had him full-time, we would definitely be able to be more proactive in getting the reconciliations. It wouldn't be, because there's a lot of, I'd say 60% of the chasing down is dealing with the schools portion. That's the biggest portion of our bank account, is the money that is used through our public school system. So, and we're doing it 3 days a week is really difficult. Those are my three items.
You have your button? Oh, that's you hitting
Yeah.
his button. I
Yeah,
kept thinking
she's
he was
pushing it.
hitting it.
She's
Okay,
using the
I'm sorry.
button.
I thought he kept hitting it. Go ahead, Ms. Council Denton. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I thought it was him hitting the chair. Go ahead.
I have talked to the city manager, and I think he knows. I really do want to see the financials, for the, what did I say, the Beacon
Beacon, Downtown Partnership,
and Office on Youth.
Office on,
I want to see those, to see how we're spending the money in those three areas.
What was the
Before we start
Office on Youth.
going.
I can tell you, Office on Youth hasn't done any programs. We've been working on restructuring, but you definitely get the numbers. But that's part of our argument to say don't take it, because we already have plans for next year. But you'll get the financials, but it will be lackluster.
Yeah, really, before we get into really.
And I would just also.
budget, I'd like to see.
Absolutely, but I will, hold on one second, health insurance, employee health insurance. But I will also caution you that when you're looking at the Office on Youth, please keep in mind that the Youth Commission has really had more of a voice this last year versus previous year. So the other expenditures were not the commission's expenditures. So this year's are the commission voting on those expenditures. So just keep that in mind. I'm just saying, you're gonna get them, but just keep that at the forefront.
I think we need to kind of, I don't know too many commissions that have $250,000, so I think we need to see kind of where that is going.
And you know, I will also probably put on the agenda for the commission to present, so you can talk to the commission. But I'll put that on our agenda for them to consider. We can make a note, Madam Clerk, because you need to hear from the commission about what's been going on and where we are in the part of the restructure. I can say there's no secret that we were having issues the previous year with the commission. It was very difficult, but we've worked past those hurdles. Mr. Dane has been an excellent liaison with us, and since we gotten those hurdles out the way, and have more communication. So we're positive about where we're going, but it's just taking us some time to get there. So I would ask that, you know, I'll talk to the commission to see if they'll be interested in presenting, but I can say that we're confident in the direction that we're headed, and we have a better structural / working relationship with the way we are structured. So when you see the financials, remember previous years it wasn't us spending it.
Maybe you can answer this. Do they have a director yet, or is it still vacant? We've lost two now within a year.
I don't know if we lost two. He's on a leave of absence.
Do what?
He's more of a leave of absence
That's
conversation
what he
going on.
put in, or he resigned.
That's a personnel question.
Oh, yeah, right.
So I can't say that publicly right now. But I wouldn't say we lost two just yet.
But we don't have one right now.
No, but we have an assistant, which is what I was saying earlier. We have an assistant that's in the office full time, and we're actually having. We just did balling after dark. That's coming back up, and that's monthly. And we just did an event like last week. We also, we're planning our summer takeover. A lot of our programs have been geared towards the summertime because children have things to do during the year. So we were trying to figure out what we can make the most impact on, and which would be during the summer. And so we're looking at during the school year what limited programs we can do, but also the most money that we want to spend is the summer. So right now we're going to do a lot of our kickoffs for the summer takeover, our back to school events. We're doing our youth conference coming up, so we're doing those things.
Yeah, I think that's when you're gonna have most of your
Events.
is in the summertime when the kids are out of school.
In the summer workforce
But that
program.
was why I kinda wanted to see from first June of last year to this year, as to what you did last year.
But that's what I'm saying, we weren't controlling the office last year, so the comparison that you can make is not gonna be reflective of the commission. That's part of the hurdles that we had to overcome. So that's what I'm saying, when you get the finances, have fun with them. But I would say you won't see anything reflected in minutes that some of the stuff was approved by the commission or we were participating in. And that's what that's the structure.
And policies and procedures, you
Yes, we have those adopted.
have those ready. Okay.
And so the struggle that we were having was just trying to find the balance. And we have that now, and that's what I'm trying to say. We're collectively good with where we are in terms of the communication. Mr. Dane has been helping us with the events that we had scheduled, like we did the COGA with the commissioners. We did our back to school thing last year around this time. So the structure is better to have better communication. So I would just caution you with that. But that's why I said we better, when you get your report, we put something on the agenda for you to be able to ask those questions with the full commission.
Okay, so maybe get those policies and procedures along with the financials, and that will give us a full picture. Good.
Okay, well then if that's the case, then we need to wait till we have our next meeting so the whole commission can vote on everything. And also, like I said, I don't want to volunteer them I want to take it to the commission. So we'll get the financials, but the policies, procedures, we'll get them to you too. But the presentation, I'll ask the commission they want to present, because I don't want to speak for them, but we'll the recommendation that they come and present.
I have something I'd just like to tail off of that one. In looking at the budget, it didn't look like the Office on Youth spent a lot of money last year. So, I understand you've got a lot of plans coming up and things that you wanna do. So you're looking at another $250,000 in
So we're looking at the same thing all of the departments are getting in the city, level funding. So,
I'm just talking about this office.
I understand.
Is that, do you think that normally that amount is going to be sufficient per year, 250? So why, are you worried that if we don't fund 250 this year, that you won't get future years? Or, I mean, if you've already got a large sum of money that has not been used, could we reduce that funding considerably simply to offset what you don't have now? And then look at it going back up in requirements for future years after that.
So I can only answer this as myself and not on behalf of the commission. I want to be very clear with that. Me personally, yes, because council doesn't have a good track record keeping promises. So I don't want to reduce our budget and come back later on and then we have to fight and scramble to get it back up to where it was before. The other answer would be, again, equity and equality. Every other department has received level funding, so the request would be to be treated the same way. As I shared before, since we were in transition, we have been putting a lot of our effort towards getting the foundation together and then to work on the programs. So, I mean, we couldn't help that we had a change in the office. Had a change in the office not occurred, we would have spent the program money. But unfortunately, we had a change in the office. So different circumstances change, and if that happens in other departments, I don't think that their budgets will be decreased. It would just be their standard operating budget. So that's the stance that I take when other officers leave or the police department doesn't get a budget cut, or when planning loses a code office person or a building inspector, their budget doesn't get a budget cut. So And that's why I'm saying that we have gotten past that, in which our emphasis has been on getting the foundation in place, to where we can confidently provide more programs. So what we're saying is, now that we've done all this hard work to get where we are, we don't want to have a reduction, because we already planned how we were going to spend a level funded request. So,
And I appreciate that answer, but,
that's the
I'm
answer.
not sure I agree with it, but I certainly appreciate it.
I guess, okay, so, listening to you, you didn't use all of the money this year.
So we're not
you're gonna
asking to keep it.
That and then 200?
No, we never asked to keep the money. Like this, the standard procedure is for every department, at the end of the fiscal year, your money gets returned to general fund. What we're asking is the same funding request we got done last year to do it this year, and that's because everybody else, with the exception of council, for the most part, from what I understand, is receiving the same amount of money. So the question would be, why would this office be different? And this office will be different because you said that, not you, but the comment is, well, we didn't have a staff person, we didn't spend money. Okay, well, we were focusing on restructuring. What difference does it make? Because other departments lose people, people come on board and things of that nature. But the biggest thing I would say is, if you look at any comment, poll, or feedback people have given, look at our town halls, people keep saying they want stuff for kids, want stuff for families. And so we will go to bat and say, yes, we were in transition, yes, we went through all this stuff, but we're also saying, yes, we've done the hard work and difficult work of getting to where we need to be. And we are ready to confidently, we were starting an office from scratch, so confidently be able to provide programs, and here's our plan to do so. So right now, the question would be to the public, if people are considering reducing this, if we make that argument, then the question would be, well, why cut their services? You know, why cut how much programs you can give to youth?
I'm just saying, city manager's office is taking a 18, almost 20% cut.
That's not what he, I mean, unless I heard him wrong, I thought he said that everyone is getting a level funding.
There are cuts in the budget.
Well,
for the department.
let me ask him, did you say everyone's getting level funding, or there are cuts across the board?
There are cuts in expenditures to some departments, not all.
So I'll take it back, not everyone, the
So-
majority have received level funding, so I'll make that correction.
Straight.
No, you're right, majority is not all, but it's not none, so.
There's overall a reduction in revenue and expenditure in the general fund of $615,000 from last year. So with that, there's gonna be a reduction in some departments, some others, as
I'm
well.
sure we can, I mean, it's up
Well,
to the
Ms.
commission about the reduction, but certainly what I'm saying is the $50,000 cut or $60,000 cut is, the biggest issue is that's not what we voted on. So that's the issue that I'm trying to correct. Whether or not council wants to reduce it based off of what we voted for, that's council's discretion. But I would say we planned to use level funding, so whatever you give us, we will work around, but I'm just answering your questions. It's always council's prerogative, but I would say, I mean, staff problems happen in every department, things happen, but we have a plan and we're gonna adjust however accordingly, but I would certainly not want to reduce youth programming at all in our city because there's such a need for it, and it's documented in the strategic plan, the feedback from the comprehensive plan, the town halls, the last town halls, wherever you look, people are asking for them, so it's up to council.
And if you don't mind, I think for me, it's not that I'm trying to reduce the budget, but based on not spending the money that they've had, it's almost like having a new budget request.
It's the same.
Because, more so than the established departments, this has been here for a little bit, but not like the other regular departments, or, it's like anything that would come in and hasn't spent its money for a fairly new commission or organization. If HDP had started 2 years ago and hadn't spent the money we gave them last year, I'd kind of be asking them the same thing. Well, and that is, unfortunately, because you didn't spend anything, I need to see more about what you're planning on spending here to justify the full amount that you're asking for. So it's not that we're weighing heavier on them, it's just there hasn't been anything.
But you understand why we didn't wastefully spend
yeah,
money just because we had it. We
No,
were,
I'm not
we
saying
were
that.
cautious and frugal with taxpayers' money because we knew our focus was getting the foundation together, so we didn't just blow money because we had money to blow. So it's not a new request, it's again, level funding. I don't want people to get, you talking about terms, Councilor Denton, I want everyone to use the correct terms. It's level funding, which means we're not asking for an increase. And I understand where you're coming from, but again, it's the council decision. But just for the public's perceptions, I think this meeting is streaming. We did not blow money because we had it, and we wanted to invest in building up the office. And so now that we put our investment in human capital and manpower to get the office where it is, we want to have level funding to be able to do the programs. So again, I see where you're coming from, but to your point, we are not a historical office. We were having to build something from the bottom up, from scratch. And unfortunately, it's going to take some time to be able to spend money. Trust me, we want to spend money. We want to do programs. We want to offer stuff, but we want to do it responsibly. And so what we're asking is, hey, council in previous years felt like this was appropriate. Now that we have our foundation in order, we want to honor that obligation and be able to respectfully and like in goodwill and conservatively show you what we're going to do with that money. And that's what our plan has been, and that's what we're going to do. So this one let you know that's why we didn't spend anything, because we just didn't feel like spending it. And then the other thing is, we were always operating off of the fact that we thought that we had council support by funding us at this level, that we will be able to offer programs to kids at that level. So
What I was gonna try and finish saying is that based on some of the stuff that I saw in the budget and some questions that I had for the chairman, I know of a little bit of spending that was done that I was not on board with, but that's done and over with. I was hoping that moving forward, the spending on whatever has to be done to set up the program would be done, and that we could see some plans for what the commission is planning on spending that money for coming. That'll help us to be able to go through the process and verify like we do with everything else. Yeah, this looks great, they're doing this, they're doing that. And should any of my constituents come to me and say, hey, this Office on Youth, what the hell are they doing? We looked at it, they've got a great plan that, we're giving them the same funding that they asked for last year because they look like they are going to put it here, or wherever towards great youth programs. And they didn't get a chance to do that last year, but they will be doing that this year. And that's all I ask. And so based on that, because there was not full spending last year, just a reiteration for those of us, especially that are new on council, that didn't get the basis of what was the plan for last year, we can see a new plan and can just verify what level of funding that we want to go with the rest of council. Thank you.
anybody else?
I do. What area you thinking about asking for reductions in the city council budget? And we're gonna go over that tonight, or you?
I'm hoping to. I hope we'll get onto
Can we-
that topic right now.
And before we do that though, in some of the departmental budgets, they have bonuses. Who do those bonuses go to?
Bonuses.
Yeah, it says bonus.
Bonuses.
Bonuses.
It says bonus LIC, $1,500.
Where are you looking?
One's for the city clerk, one for your office. No, I mean, it's programmed. It was back, not for your office, it's deleted now, but it was back in 2015.
Well, and I wasn't here until 2015, but I do remember at one point in time, council did give bonuses mid-year.
That's right, instead of a raise, council gave a one-time bonus mid-year.
So that's.
Why doesn't everybody, but that's the total amount for that office?
In that year, way back when, but there's no dollars in that line item for the upcoming budget.
Yes, it is.
No.
And see what I mean, current year?
Says bonus, just looking at the city manager's office, it says bonus for the first year, which would be FY 16,
Oh, no, I know.
and then all the way
I know.
across are zeros.
Okay.
So that would, we created a line item in 16 in
But
order
some
to
of
put the
these,
money
some of
there.
them have bonuses for this current year, so just go through there, you might wanna delete that. Delete the ones that have a current amount. Okay? And, I'm recommend deleting it anyway. So let's go over our budget as well. And also in the finance department, what's account audit? That's how much our audit is gonna cost in the current year? $500,000. On page 12.
12,
And what, if the audit is the $539, what's the management consultant fee for the service contract? Is all that going to the same company or?
accounting audit has, those are also some of the fees that we're paying to the auditors and our CAFRA team.
What's management consultant? They have someone that consults with them on how they audit?
I'll give clarification on the difference between the two.
You'd have to be
And
on
see if
the
that $10,000 theirs too.
Which budget was that under?
Under the
Finance.
finance, accounting, on
Yeah,
page
there was
12.
Throughout the departments, there were several IT
I know.
consultant. I think
Yeah.
it was
We should get rid of that.
way up there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that, what is management consultant? Is that just a way to say something else you don't wanna?
No.
A contract, I don't know.
I have a FOIA request for how much expenditures for all management consultants for this
And we
year.
never did get a final figure on Cherry Beckett yet.
No, we didn't.
It's still open.
What are they working on? I thought 15 was closed.
The 15 CFO, the federal audit is still
In the revenues.
open, so they have to be, once we do finish, you have to, because they did that one, you have to wait, you have to get them to finish their work. So it's still, that figure is still open.
Well, they should pay to us. We shouldn't be paying them. You know, I do believe, I hope we just, the clocks is not being billed daily, I hope, based on them procrastinating. Is it?
It'll be whatever time they have in is what the charge will be.
How you
They're
know
not-
they worked on it though? They're not even here. That's
So
my
when
thing.
we finish what we need to do, then we re-engage them, and that's how we'll know they're doing work. And we're not getting a bill from them monthly for doing nothing. When we re-engage them, that's when we will have to pay for their service.
You done?
Yes.
Can we get, Mr. City Manager, since she's asking about the audit, what we've identified in the past audits, and I understand that your recommendation is to wait for all the audits to be caught up before we look at the findings and develop a plan. But the wastewater, we know their accounts are less than ideal. And there's been issues with them being able to do the audits on those. Are they gonna keep the same financial structure at this moving forward in terms of who manages their, don't they have people in the wastewater that handles their expenditures and things of that nature?
They have like
A business
small-
manager?
A small finance department within.
Are we looking at changing that? Because, I'm only asking because based off of what I've read in past audits, the biggest hits that we got were from wastewater and stormwater. And from just going off of what I remember reading, don't quote me on verbatim, but it essentially was saying that it was so, bad that they couldn't do the audit, essentially. They had to do, what is it, a modified opinion or qualified, whatever the proper term is. I think it's a modified opinion or unqualified opinion. Anyways, and it seems like it's the next one is gonna be like that too, because we haven't really done anything because you're trying to get the audits done. So if the funds are like that, are you looking at restructuring so that way they don't do all of their finances? And then especially when I think about it, I know it's not wastewater that deals with the other bills, but just looking at all of the billing issues have been outside of finance. Because we had the issue with the contract that we spoke about, which is stormwater, right, and trash.
Well,
And then
stormwater, trash, and sewer.
then, so that's one issue. Then you have the issue with them actually managing their accounts correctly. That's another huge issue. And the fact that, you know, they can't even touch the audit. So are you looking at restructuring?
It's an option.
An option? So if you don't restructure, what's the other option? Because right now, they're clearly not functioning the way they need to have proper
There's
reporting.
a couple of things. One, you look at what the issues are and ensure that existing staff have appropriate training to make sure that those issues don't reoccur. So we have several options that we can look at. I haven't chosen the direction that I want to go at this point in time.
Okay, so it could be additional staffing for people, I mean, I know there's gonna be probably policies, procedures we probably put in place, but it could be training
An option
too.
could be additional staffing in finance, the
More
finance department
level.
upstairs to oversee and review some of those transactions.
Okay, I'm just curious. And then,
Expound a little on what you're talking about. It's not all of us are aware of that.
oh, I thought you read the audit. You didn't read the audits?
I did, but I
Okay.
still don't understand what it is based on the other stuff.
Oh, basically, if you really read the audits, or if you were at the presentations when Cherry Becker came and presented, or this, we had several conversations surrounding this. Pretty much, if I can recap what I remember hearing, essentially what was happening is they were cutting checks but not checking if they had money in the bank.
Right.
And so, one, that's a flaw in making sure you use checks and balances, no pun intended, but then also their accounts being managed, I was waiting, hope you can catch it, managed correctly. It's at the point where when the auditors came in to do that enterprise fund, it was in such bad shape that they pretty much said, we've done all that we can't really audit this.
And they ordered
And-
stuff and just.
And this has
ordered
been
it.
2 audits in a row. And so it's in such shape that they need to focus on doing the rest of the audits and then go back and address the issues. And I know Mr. Terry is gonna do that, but I'm just out of curiosity, we're talking about finances and budget, maybe we need to look at staffing. And, because we don't wanna go into another cycle, so that's why I'm asking you, because that's something that we should certainly probably put on the table, because they need help over there. Whether it's policies, procedures, checks and balances, or maybe a qualified staff person to be able to do those jobs.
That's why we need internal auditors, so that they could be looking at stuff like that.
We
You
have
know,
internal
what y'all
auditors.
say. We do.
I brought a
All what
resolution.
you want.
Conversation was
Council
there.
tried
What do
to
you think
do,
about
council tried to
Terry's
do,
gonna look at it?
Mr. Altman's, I think from our conversation was at the end of the audits. I think that's the recommendation, because it's so much stuff, because I know some of us have been asking, and Mr. Altman knows, I've been asking, say, we already got 2 audits, we should look at this, but I think the way they're looking at it is, they don't wanna they wanna get the audits finished and then look at it,
It's also the request of the auditor.
because they wanna make changes when they're trying to finish doing the audits.
They wanna
So you're gonna
change.
have to wait. But then he's gonna do, Mr. Terry said he's gonna do I forgot the term that he goes by, but it's pretty much like a plan to fix the, based off of the reports that he gets.
Yep.
So he's gonna present that to council. But in terms of the internal auditor, council wanted that last year, and I got a draft RFP for council to put out there to get internal auditor, so that we can have someone checking our stuff internally, but it didn't get support, but we can revisit that. But we need to have somebody be
Okay.
internal.
So staff also requested a position last year to look at and oversee some of these issues, and nothing was funded. So I think the key is, an auditor is a gotcha person. You looking for someone, which we already hired an auditor to tell us what went wrong? Or do you want someone that's overseeing and managing and guiding appropriate policies and procedures to implement items to make sure that we're doing it correctly?
I don't think a audit is a gotcha person. I think
No,
it's out
no,
in
it's
terms
a-
of perception. If that's how you look at the person, it's a gotcha person. But if they're part of the team and they're catching holes before we fall into them, then it's a team member, not a gotcha person. But we didn't fund that position because we were told that the audit was going to be done in December. So, and I understand why it's prolonged. We had multiple factors, not just you guys. We had the schools, we had other things. So that's why we didn't fund it that year, because we held back all the positions for December. But So it's not you guys, I mean, it's collectively reasons why we realized 2015, there was stuff that was supposed to have been done that wasn't done. And so that's why we are now. But at this point, you know, we just need to make sure we got people in place to make sure we don't, when you guys get caught up, we don't have these things again. And I'll just put out there, wastewater needs some help. And I don't know if they're qualified to even handle the finances. And I get that you're saying training, that's not my call, but if I'm sitting here looking at a budget and a CAFR that's like 4 CAFRs behind, and I get what you're saying, maybe more training, but sometimes people may not need to be in positions that they hold, or need to put some layers in there with qualified people who can do the work that needs to be done. Because we're how many audits behind, and they can't even touch their stuff?
If I may, I have to agree to a certain extent that we're at a position with this. First, let me ask a question. When is by the end of the audits? Is that by the end of 18s or the end of?
19s.
We start doing 19s. So for clarity, I just wanna understand that before I
Right.
assume and shouldn't.
So the requests of PB mayors is they're doing 16, 17, and 18, and they're doing our 19 audit. What they wanna be able to do is do 16, 17, and 18.
And so you're talking August as a projected timeframe for the
We're-
end of 18?
We wanna have 18 done before the end of the fiscal year and be in a position to present all 3.
Okay,
Before you
the
send
end of the
18.
fiscal
The
year
current
is
fiscal year.
before the current, okay. So you're talking by the end of June 30th. Okay, so what I was gonna say is just change by clarity on what your, by the end of the audit needs. Because I was gonna agree with Mayor Gore, to me, we need both. We need a hammer, a gotcha, and we need something new to figure out why that department couldn't handle it. That's up to you and that's up to your staffing, but if they can't handle it, my expectation would definitely be that something needs to change. But right now, for my understanding of the budget going forward, I would wanna know where the heck they're at. And so,
What the baseline is.
Yeah, and
Can we-
19's due on November 3rd, keep that in
Right,
mind.
right.
So he's mentioned 18, but a couple months later, we still have 19 to do. So that's gonna be another
Well,
report out.
yes, but he said that it's not going to be, include 19, that's what I just asked. What does
Right.
it mean by the end of audits?
He
He's
said it's
saying
not, but it
18.
should. He's saying it's not, but we should have the expectation, in my opinion, that it should, because what would be the point to do a report out on all of the ones before, and you have one a couple months later? It
Well,
should be
from what he
consistent.
said, Cherry Beckert said they're gonna do and clarify everything up to the end of 18.
PB
And
Mayors.
then 19 would be, is it PB Mayor?
Yeah.
PB
Sorry.
Mayor, it's the same
PB
auditor
Mayor
firm.
is going to then take and have it cleared for 19, so it's not an issue, and it's running the way it should for 19s.
No, I don't think that you understand what
what you
he's
just
saying.
said?
So we're talking about,
That's what you just said, 18.
right, so what we were talking about is the audit reports.
Yeah,
PB Mayors has requested to be able to do 16, 17, and 18 at one time.
right,
Then do 19 in the what we would call a normal schedule,
right.
which that is due November 30. So you would have an audit presentation late September, early part of October, so we could submit in November. So yes, it may be June or July for 17, 18 when they actually are physically here and present, and then a few months later. But that's just the reality of where we are with our audits. That's
Right.
gonna
What my
happen.
question was to you was Mr. Terry was going to look at it by the end of the audits. I asked you if that end of the audits was 18 or 19, and you said 18.
I think
So the question that I thought you were asking
I
was,
understood the question here.
That's what I'm
what,
trying to clarify.
when are they report, cause what was being discussed was, this is when they wanna report. So PB Mayors, by the end of the audits, so what we're looking at is to have those audits done and then develop a plan, an action plan to implement policies and procedures, financial management policies and procedures based on the findings of those audits. Now, they will be tweaked, whatever the 19 audit shows, but we will be basing those off of those 3 audits. That's what was, when Mr. Terry got here, before I got here, I think that was the commitment, and was made to council at that time was that we would do those, and a corrective action plan would be presented by Mr. Terry to address those issues.
Through 19.
Well, so my assumption is that there's a corrective action plan that's gonna address what happened 16 through 18, and then 19 will be a separate audit, and if we need to make adjustments to the plan, then that would occur after that audit presentation was done, after we know the audit.
So how can we do a corrective action plan if it doesn't include Mr. Terry going through and cleaning up that issue, which you have indicated he said he was gonna do at the end of the audits? That's why I was trying to clarify end of which audits, so we would know how soon or how far out his corrections of going into that department and trying to figure out what the heck they were doing, when that would actually occur. So rather than ask you about audits, tell me when you believe Mr. Terry is going to be able to go into that department and rectify or clear up the situation that that is in there right now.
What? We will be looking at addressing issues that come out of 16, 17, and 18.
Yeah.
Once those are done and completed and we develop the management policies and procedures, looking at implementation, what will happen is that plan will get developed, and as we start implementing it, as items are brought out in the 19, then we'll adjust the plan to address those issues. Well, 19 is now. So
It's gotta be done by December, end of November.
November
Right.
30th, that's what I'm saying. Why don't they just do it all in one? Because if you're gonna do 18
you're-
and
what-
like 4 months later, you're gonna have the audit report for 19.
So
And
you
if you
would
then
rather.
just do it all.
Right, so we wait for the 19 audit before Mr. Terry develops the policies, financial management.
Only reason why I'm suggesting that is because 2 reasons. One, if I heard you guys correctly, your goal is to do it before November 30th, right? So it'll be before November 30th, based off y'all's goal. So it's not gonna be that far off between 18 being
Right.
finished. The second reason why I'm saying that is because, and I don't mean it to be difficult when I say this or mean, if you haven't changed, and if they haven't changed anything in all this time, 19 is gonna be a reflection of 18. So if anything, what difference does it make if you might as well just wait to get the whole kit caboodle at one time and let him do a solid plan.
Yeah, and that, if that's acceptable, but like I said.
I mean, if we're waiting for the other ones, you might as well wait for 19.
I'm just going off based on what was discussed before I got here, is how y'all were looking for. If it's council's agreeable to wait for 19 to be done, to factor all of that in, as opposed to developing something and then revising it based on 19, we can do that.
Well, just for clarity, council didn't ask for that. That's what staff said they was doing before you got here. We asked for y'all to address every single audit when it was finished, but that's not what we got. So what's been happening is staff has been waiting to do all of it at one time. So since that's the direction of how everything has been, you might as well just go ahead and throw 19 in there, because it's not gonna change anything. Mr. Terry hasn't implemented any changes yet, so it's not like he's gonna see a difference right now. You know, you might as well get a full picture, because you have a whole, 10 months to do another
We can do
one.
that.
Are the audits 16, 17, 18, are they done at the same time? Or are they, so they're not done at the same time? They're done, 16 is done first and then 17. So, I mean, is 16 even completed yet?
November.
No, wait, I'm talking about them in individual. So if 16 was given in November, so now we have.
He said no,
He's talking to Dane.
he said 16 was not done.
We got
So-
16.
So 16 is completed.
Yeah.
17, we are waiting for the auditor's opinion, and then we'll start work on we've done preliminary field work on 18, and then we'll get 18 done, and then we'll be in a normal, if you will, cycle for 19, when the fiscal year closes on June 30. We'll close the books and the auditor will start working on 19, which in a normal cycle, that's what would happen. You close the fiscal year, the audit occurs in the late summer, early fall, the audit's completed, and then we have to have it submitted to APA by
Right.
November 30th.
So that's just what I'm asking, in the sense that 16 is completed, they're working on 17, but they're looking at 18 at the same time.
Yep.
And then we're going to work on 19, but all collectively, in November 30th, we're going to have 16, 17, 18, 19 capped,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So that we can go over our plan. So we can say, we can safely say that we're gonna have November 30th will be the deadline for staff to come back and let us know where we stand, and that how we're not gonna have this problem again. So, I just wanna be sure. Okay.
I had two other questions. We're looking at breakdown of people's spending. I know we talked about the Beacon. I didn't realize that we had $100,000 for community programs in the Beacon. I like to still see, I have a FOIA question for this, what they have done community-wise with their $100,000. We're evaluating programs. I want to see what they have done with the community money they have. Other big thing is CSA. So, I've been really nice about CSA. In that same February meeting that I asked for us to look at the Beacon LLC, I also asked for us to look at CSA. We were told that CSA would come back to us in August with how they addressed their audit findings. Council, and I'm talking to the public, council was not aware of all of the streaming. Council was not yet this past August.
Okay,
last
that's August,
August.
not this coming August. I just
All
wanna be
this is
sure.
a year ago.
Okay.
Council was not aware of all of the issues that they had in the office until we got copies of the audits. We were not aware that they had an independent audit conducted, and we weren't aware that they had a regular audit conducted until it came to our attention from staff. And that's because we did a lot of, you guys presented it to us when we need to appoint someone, and that was a whole other issue. But anyways, when we got those audits, we looked over it, and then we realized that the state had said that there's serious problems with how they were operating. And again, you were coming into the position. So what we saw was they had lack of policies and procedures. They did not have an updated, I don't want to say business plan, but it was a term that the state used that every office should have. They didn't have an updated copy. They didn't have any checks and balances. They didn't really have any procedures to verify if children were getting the services and steps to make sure that they were checking in with the providers and the parents and things like that. Overall, there was documentation storage and things, really major offenses. I know I personally asked to kick everybody off of the CSA board. I advocated for that because it's ridiculous. And then the other part is we have to now pay back $1 million because of their gross negligence. So I would say we could not kick off everybody because the state says that we have to keep certain positions. But the council, we still have one vacancy on there, and I think that's the parent provider that we have not filled yet. But the point is, we have not gotten a report back from CSA. We did a service provider. We don't have the parent provider. A private representative? Okay, 2 vacancies. Thank you, Ms. Denton. So some of the remedies that council has done was we sent a letter to all of the positions that were mandated by law to say, hey, you need to serve on the board. If you don't want to, then we need to know who your proxy is. 2, we added 2 counselors to the board, but we have not gotten a report back from CSA about how they have, at this point, it's not even how they plan to, is what they've done to address these audit issues. And they need to present, and I'll just put on the record, last time we tried to get the chairperson to come, she didn't come. She needs to present. She's the chair, and she needs to be here. And so she needs to come, and then we need to have a full-on report about what they have accomplished. And the other thing is, there's been issues, and this is the reason why. So here's a sneak peek for the Office on Youth. The reason why we asked for a contractor is because we want to look at CSA and court services. CSA has been giving back unmandated funding to the tune, I think, $300,000 because they weren't using it. And the state has taken a reduction. And that funding could have been used to offset youth programs. And so we were trying to evaluate, 1, where were they at with fixing the issues with the audit, but also 2, how are they using this other funding that we could be receiving here in the city, but we're losing because they're not doing anything with it. with terms of youth programs from the state. Now, I get what you're saying with our thing, but this is state mandated funds over time has gotten a reduction, not just 1 year. So, so that's why we were trying to get someone who has the experience to look into that. But as an aside, we need to see where they are, and especially when we got the update about 3 weeks ago, Mr. City Manager, I think you told us that the person that was responsible for this fraud, for the most part, was just convicted. So we need to have an update about that, and we need to know, we never got an answer about if they ever did a forensic audit or an internal review, because the state told them a whole year in advance that they were primed for fraud and they didn't fix anything. So what had they done to review their books to make sure there wasn't any other cases that the state overlooked? So that needs to be addressed.
If I may, I agree with Councilor Moore. I'd like to see.
Mayor.
Mayor Gore.
Mayor Gore.
I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah.
You're
Certainly,
good.
it's not something I'm familiar with. I'm familiar enough from sitting right there and hearing about it, but I would like to know a little bit more if we could.
Have you read the audits? Do you have a
How it's
copy?
gonna go forward. The one thing that I will say in the comments that were made, however, is I do not agree with a commission taking it upon themselves to hire somebody to look into other city departments and commissions. I would much rather not have commissions do that. I don't think that's appropriate. I understand where you were coming from, trying to find lost funds and funds that were potentially lost for youth services. But I think once we start going down that slippery slope, we get ourselves in a world of problems. And so I would never condone anybody in any commission or department to start doing that. I would much rather that come to council and council work with that commission and it requires staff to do that for us versus somebody to be hired at that amount to do that for a specific commission. But, you know, that's just me.
I'll just correct the record, because we are streaming. We do have press here. You said going down for a world of trouble. I forgot what your term is. Also, misrepresenting the ability of the commission is also not good for people. The city's law says that the commission shall evaluate city programs for youth. CSA is a city program. We have the authority under the code to evaluate them for youth services. So we were well within our legal right to do so, and that was actually that legal question.
I thought I know this is a subject we need to discuss, but we're here tonight to discuss this budget. And I don't know where this is coming to the actual budget.
You can ask the city attorney.
Well, your point of order that the notice dealt with budget items,
Budget items.
does this relate to the budget?
Yeah.
How so?
One, it relates to the budget because the audit report in terms of how they were allocating
Do we go
funds.
to the CSA
I'm
budget?
answering his question. Huh? It's in your. I'm not trying to be funny. It is in the city's budget.
I mean, I said, are we going to address the CSA budget? In the budget? The figures?
It's in the budget.
Yeah, so can you tell me what page we're on?
I don't have my book in front of me, but I guess the same question could be asked, the same thing you did with the youth office. The same line of questioning that you just had for another program. So I guess now, when I'm bringing up something that doesn't suit you, you wanna say it's a point of order, but it's the same exact thing. Right.
And that's the figures we're talking about. We're getting into areas that I feel like that we're not.
The audit talked about their use of funding because they misappropriately provided services to youth, which cost us $1 million in debt. So this is along that conversation.
Okay, the notice, the special meeting notice says that the special meeting is regarding the budget, revenue projections, and fees. Does this have to do with the budget?
Yes, because the state gives the CSA an allocation, which is considered revenue.
Okay, is this on the budget documents you're working on?
It's in the packet, the CSA office.
So you're discussing figures that are in the budget that's being presented in draft form tonight?
It's fine. I'm not trying to
So-
play, it's fine, but I would just say this, Mr. City Attorney, she can win that point of order, and I'll stop the conversation for that purpose, but I will ask for a point of personal privilege to correct the record for what Counselor Randolph just stated that's inaccurate about the Office on Youth, just so the public can know the truth regarding their ability to vet programs.
This is a work session, we don't have the usual order, we don't have the usual time limit, so you're welcome to make any statement that you wish.
Thank you. I'll just keep this brief. I'm just gonna say, you can laugh, but I'm only answering because what you stated, that's inaccurate. The fact of the matter is, the code says that the Office on Youth and Youth Commission shall evaluate city programs, youth services programs. The reason why CSA was evaluated, because as I said, it was a whole entire year since I placed it on the agenda, and we have not, it's been actually a year and 5 months since the request was placed for them to evaluate their services and their audit. We didn't have any response, we had to take action. The second thing is, you weren't just looking at youth services, we have to look at court services. If you look at the past, court services was actually managed by the finance department, not the city administration, and no one was reviewing their services for youth. They have a very high recidivism rate, and we were trying to figure out how we can address that. Not high, but it's higher than what we would like to see. So by law, we have the ability to do that, and by law, we exercise that right, and we asked for permission and guidance before we did it. So just for the record. But who else has a question? Go ahead, Counselor Pelham.
On page 47.
Your revenues or
Expenditures.
expenditures?
When it goes down to Longwood, the college funds, it looks like, Longwood gets, $5,000.
So that's actually the Small Business Assistance Center that's from Longwood College. It isn't the school itself. It's, Small
why do we-
Business Assistance Center that's over at Crater Planning District Commission that assists local.
Why do we give them 5,000 and give Virginia State 2,500?
So we provide assistance to the Business Assistance Center because they provide services to folks in our community that are trying to start up businesses, develop business plans, and those items.
Well, why is it under Longwood then?
Because Longwood is the college that does the work. It is the Longwood Small Business Assistance Center. It is located at the Crater Planning.
We don't have to give them $5,000, do we?
No, you don't have to give
Yeah.
anyone.
Well, and the other thing is, in last year, we didn't give Virginia State anything, and Richard Bland and John Tower got $3 grand. So I would suggest that Richard Bland and Tower be reduced by $1,000 for this year, and give that $2,000 extra to
So,
Virginia State,
looking
because
at-
y'all didn't give any money to them last year.
Looking at the
But we
current.
voted to give them money, though, I don't know why they didn't, you know, Charlie? We did vote to give them money last year. We said to
So-
divide the money equally. And it wasn't done.
So this year's budget, Virginia State's proposed to get $2,500, which is the request that they made.
Well, I don't care what they made, it's equitable to give people the same thing or divide the monies you have equally among the colleges. No, they probably asked for what, cause you didn't give them anything last year when they asked for 3,000. So they probably reduced it based on that. That's not right,
I support splitting it by 3.
so.
Can I say one thing about the Longwood piece, just so y'all have the background? There are 3 businesses that are doing very well downtown, and one additional that is proposing right now, they bought 2 buildings and they're proposing a business downtown as well. That Longwood Business Center has helped them put together the whole financial plan, their business plan, and get them a good understanding of how to operate a business, because a lot of times these people have a real good skill, but they don't necessarily have a business background. This agency is through Crater Planning, and it's designed to help communities in the area, help people who are trying to upstart a business to know how to do it properly. And they have provided way more than $5,000 in service to our community over the past couple of years, just through these services they
Well,
provide.
show me what they've done.
To
I
that
could
point,
show you, I got a 30-page
And what-
business plan.
Okay, fine, and
What-
tell
let
me how they've helped.
Let me
out.
finish, please.
No, I want you to help me, show me what they've done and break it
just
down
told
how
you.
they help minorities as well.
As a reminder, we asked for last year, to your point and your point, last year we asked for everyone that's an outside agency to have a write-up for council to review why they're asking for services. So, to your point and to her point, if we can get that packet for all the outside agencies, it'll address everybody's things. And we asked for that to be implemented this budget cycle. So if you have that information, you can just put it in the thing, you can pass it along, so that way you can present to her what you have and she can get the list.
My point is, all kinds of businesses and anybody in the community who wants to start a business can go to them and get free services. They don't only provide it to people they want, they provide it to anybody who comes to them that wants to start up a business. They will help them develop a business plan, and they have done so on multiple businesses in our downtown.
Okay, so with these people on this form, then y'all gonna get us a justification of what they did with the money last year? Mr. March, you gonna send out an email or something, so they can present to us
Somebody
why they
needs to.
asking? And what does pass-through EX mean?
Pass through prescription,
I don't know,
RX means prescription.
you know?
Well, the RX
That's
for
new.
prescription.
And the last item
Yeah.
is pass-through EX, $12,000.
When you get, well, they were funded in the current budget, but they're not funded in the upcoming budget, proposed budget, so.
Well, I don't remember, I can remember from last year what it was, can you just find out what it is?
Yep.
And,
Can we go to the council budget before it gets too late?
sure, wait a minute,
You asked all your questions.
okay, so you, as long as they tell us. Okay. All right,
We're supposed to leave at 9, right?
winter shelter. When is our contract end with that shelter too? On Broadway?
This coming year, we are coming to y'all in May with a proposal.
I hope not to renew it for 4 months.
We're coming to you in May with a proposal.
All right,
It's not your name. And the Healthy Families, did you ever get, where are we at with that, with trying to get Prince George to pay their part? Because if not, we need a name change to Hopewell Healthy Families. Because Prince George never pays their part, and we've been asking for years.
Yeah, Healthy Families doesn't.
Where you at with that, Marie?
It's not mine. That's, the Healthy Families Director is working on that issue. She has a meeting scheduled with the Board Supervisor Chair for Prince George County to discuss that issue.
So she's only asking for the amount that she normally gets?
No, she submitted,
To us, I'm talking about to us.
so she's in the budget. There's a budget section in here for Healthy Families. She's
Yeah.
asking for what we typically give, and there might, and I can't remember if there's any increase in there.
200 something, thousand,
Um,
245.
But as far as the Prince George question, they asked for additional funding as an outside agency to increase the amount of funding they get to equal what services they provide.
Yeah.
Now, whether Prince George approves that or not, that's gonna be up to their board of supervisors.
So can
And
we?
if that doesn't happen, then we have steps that we will then look at taking. But right now, I'm hopeful that Prince George will increase their funding. My advice has been, simply that I think currently they provide services to 17 families. The funding equates to one family, and that as those families and those children in the program age out, that we not, if they don't provide additional support, then Healthy Families not take on additional cases. But I don't wanna, my advice was, I don't think we should just cut people off because this is a 5-year program, well, actually more than 5 years if they get involved prenatally. You don't wanna adversely affect the family or the child, but as those children age out, don't take on new, and then ultimately get to the point that the level of service you're providing is equal to the amount of money that they're receiving.
Yeah.
So she's working on that.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, be mindful, earlier in the meeting, you requested an amendment looking at the clock and being aware that these meetings end an hour earlier than your regular
Yeah,
meetings.
staying at 9:30.
Yeah, so I just wanted to put that on the table.
Okay. There was a request to go into closed session because the vice mayor and I had our meeting that we talked about at the last meeting, and we have some stuff to report out to council.
Okay. She wanted to go over the budget. We do that for 10 minutes.
Depending on everybody else, and
I was very interested in knowing what you wanted to cut, if you will, Madam Mayor.
That's fine, as long as we have time to go back in the back.
What page is it on?
it's
Attorney?
on
4.
page- yeah.
4?
4 expenditures.
4 expenditures. 4. FFE. Okay.
All right, with questions first, I know that we talked about paper and stuff. I had wanted to know, I know ads, we can't cut because that's the ads you do for our meetings, is that correct?
Actually, council pays for the ads for the city.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said council pays for the ads for the city. You pay for an ad that Mr. Altman runs, you pay for the ad Ms. Griffin runs, you pay for the ads we run.
Right.
Your council pays for everybody's ads. That's why that number's so large.
Yeah, I figured it was
Mhm.
something to do with that, but I just didn't wanna assume, thank you very much. Wanted to understand what postage we use,
What?
postage,
What about postage? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
that's okay, I'm just wondering what postage we use.
You as a council, whatever you mail.
Well,
I mean, I wasn't being facetious, that's all you.
$3,500 worth, I just didn't understand how much of that budget we used from last year, do you know?
872.
I mean, in previous years, it's been, 252, 872, and then now it's, $3,500. Are we mailing out more things? Are there special
This
mailings
council,
that we're
no,
doing?
previous council, yes. They mailed whatever, I mean, to be honest, I don't know, whatever council mailed, they mailed. I don't remember what it was. But generally,
Are you doing all the mailings for us?
yes, of course. Doesn't mean I remember them all.
Well, no, I don't expect you to, but are you, anticipating that we're gonna mail out that much?
No, I am not.
So that was one of the places that I thought we could cut.
200, 800 or something?
Didn't we cover
It's
that?
$3,500, so I thought we could cut that. I'm looking at $2,000.
I would be mindful that just
Divided by
to be,
7.
not to be funny, we ran into an issue this year when council voted to mail out the town hall flyers.
Yep.
And it was nipped in the bud because there was a complaint about how much it would cost to mail them. And so if we are going to have open government, open transparency, we're going to have to mail people information periodically. And so I would not suggest we reduce that because we should be looking at how much it's gonna cost to mail stuff to people so we don't revisit
And I
the fight
understand
we
what you're
had
saying,
earlier.
I think that'll probably be something that we'll have to discuss this weekend, because I don't think every one of us is on board with mailing stuff and what other options we might have. So, I mean, certainly, I think that's a talk that we'll have as a council to kind of discuss how we all,
Can I
what
interject?
ideas we have
Oh,
for.
and be mindful
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
divided by 7.
I mean, this is a discussion, that's what, all I wanna have is a discussion about what we're doing.
And so what I'm saying is, can
Yes,
the
ma'am.
city manager give us a cost that would have cost to send mailings through
The entire city.
the water bill? We did that one time.
If we added a supplement to the bill,
It was
Yes.
$3,000, and I can forward that
Okay.
email. Commissioner Revenue did that research. I can go back and find it and send it
So
to you.
that's, if that's $3,000, then I would agree, we need to
Just
keep
one
it there.
time.
But, well,
How are
but
the
at
ads?
least we have to be succinct in what we want our people to know, so that we put the maximum information on whatever we sending them in that one mailing. If it costs $3,000, then I would suggest leaving it, we can talk about it, but that would make sense to leave that amount there, but either gotta go through the mailing one time, once we have our retreat, to send all this information. And this at least advise the citizens where to go to know where the website is, this simple stuff, numbers, all that, a one-time opener, you got live stream, you got whatever, they need an information on one time, they can get to that address, so they would know, and then I would be happy that at least we've informed them of all the ways that they can tap into it, being knowledgeable about city council. I didn't realize it cost that much, but
How are we distributing the ads?
How are we distributing?
Yeah, how do you distribute? You say council pays for ads. How do we distribute those ads?
Generally, we have to, there are certain, advertisements that have to be done by law, such as public hearings, Mr. Altman.
Yeah, so council, any item that we have in front of council that requires a public hearing, that line item pays for that ad to go in the paper.
For a
Okay,
certain amount of time.
Right, we have to, so let's just use Ms. Griffin. She has to advertise twice for
Yep.
every public hearing on a land use decision prior to, within not more than 21 days prior to the hearing, not closer than 5 days to the hearing. There has to be at least 6 days between each ad. So that's state code requirement. She's got to have 2. So every time she does a thing at the planning commission, which is in her budget for advertising for the planning commission when it comes to council, this line item pays for that. Budget ads, anything that we have to do in school board,
Everybody's ads.
Yeah.
school board member position ads that we have,
Yeah.
all of those advertisements for public hearings that council has,
Planning commission.
all comes from here.
I'm sorry,
No,
it's
no.
advertisement, not just ads
no,
like
these
that
are-
you send out,
these are
like,
Right.
there's.
Legal ads. if you
Okay,
will. These
so
are
that's,
legal ads. This
I would
isn't-
love for that to be, identified in the budget as far as legal ads.
Well, it's,
that
well,
way
it's,
we-
as the city, it's public
Yeah.
notices. But
Public
what we have
notices.
is, what we have is, so when you set up your account numbers and account names, that's how this was just set up. So it's not necessarily, you're putting an ad in the paper for, hey, come on down to this event.
Okay.
It's the public notices that we have to put required by law. That's what those dollars are for.
I'm sorry, it wasn't a detailed, it
Yeah.
just says ads and, it gives me room to
I got you.
ask the question.
Ad comes from the newspaper world,
And we've already
because
talked,
that's how they figure out the
Yeah.
numbers, but it's for public notice.
Public notices, got it, thank you.
and we've already talked about marketing, but we also talked tonight about how council didn't exceed their budget. And in 16 and 17, there's a big 0 for marketing and events, but, in 18, we've got 5,000, and then proposed this year's 20,000.
Right,
So-
and you have 20 in the current year budget,
Right.
Well, I'm sorry, yeah, not,
and proposed.
yes. And so, is that something we can cut?
It's a new, for your history, because you weren't here before, the reason why it's 0 is because we never had that item in the budget, and we created 3 new line items for this fiscal year that started, marketing, communication, and word improvement fund. The reason why we created all 3 of those is because council, before now, had no way to communicate with their residents.
Right.
And so, the city manager last year had a marketing line item, and then the thought process was we can use their money, but then council said we wanted to have our own section, so we took that money and moved it over so that we had it under our budget. So it was in the budget, but we just put it over to our side. So this section of the marketing budget, marketing, and it says marketing and events, it's really marketing, communications, and then the word improvement fund are divided by 7, and that's how council instructed it to be, and the
All
clerk
3
may,
of them under this?
uh-huh,
Okay, so
No,
marketing,
No, no.
communication, and word
no, they're all
improvement?
separate.
they're all separate.
They're all 3 separate.
Well, I don't see,
It's on there.
Wor-
Ward improvement's not in here.
that's what I thought, I didn't ever see it, so.
Yeah, so we've got that in another part of the project.
But they're individually in the budget.
I have to go,
Just
but
let me
yeah,
know
we're,
So the communications,
I mean, so our full budget isn't even sitting here in front of us, we've got ward improvement somewhere else. How
But
much is
That's
that?
a set amount.
$21,000 piece.
Yeah, that was the-
$3,000 a piece.
the reason why it's not in there is because it was a carryover from last year. But you guys got an email, I think at least 2 times with the allocation for each
Right.
member of council. So what is in here, it's marketing and event, which is really just marketing. And then communication, which is AdCom, those two, just like the ward improvement fund, are divided by 7. And council directed it to be divided by 7 for the clerk to manage it internally with each person's allocation. And the reason why we did this is because, again, council had no way to communicate with the residents. If you're talking about how much it costs to just mail something to your ward just once, it would eat up, we did the cost for how much it would cost. Yeah, we did a cost analysis, and that's where this number came from. We multiplied it by 7. So this is the first time that this is in this budget. And when you do, so to your earlier question, when you was asking about postage or whatever, the individual communications, like if you want to send something to your board, it will come from your marketing or either your communications money. So you can use your marketing money on whatever, but your communications money can be mailing out a flyer, doing your postage, things like that. Your marketing event is a little bit extra because we didn't have the ward improvement fund at the time.
Actually, Mayor Gore, the marketing, I'm sorry, but for clarity, the marketing isn't like the Ward Improvement Fund. If you'll remember, former Mayor Shornack used it for the videos.
No, it is like the way I described, but we allowed her to take $5,000 out of it.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yes,
It's
so it
split
is split in
by
7, but we
council can
allowed
agree
her.
to-
Yeah,
exactly.
we allowed her
Yes.
to take $5,000 out to do commercials.
So
Right.
why wouldn't we have included the carryover for the ward improvement fund to now go in 2019 proposed budget? And
Because all
here
these
and
expect the
somewhere
general
else.
fund.
I've got, because I don't know that we actually put it in here when we did we didn't add the line item here, so that's why, but we can make that adjustment during the budget
I'm
year.
just trying to get a clearer picture,
Yeah.
because right now we're looking at $54,000 divided by 7 for us to try and communicate with our citizens, but we're looking at going, electronic as well, so I'm just mindful of, this amount of money versus something else, but, we can mull over that for this weekend. And just wanting to clarify, because I knew there were some things in here I was not 100% on and wanted to make sure. Certainly the travel budget and the dues, I did read where, Mayor Gord, you had, explained some of this. I would like to see where, if we're gonna do it, come down to 2 travels per person. Cause I think you had mentioned earlier, you made it so that there was enough for 4 people, 4 times to go for each person.
I didn't make it, council did.
Well, yeah, but what you gave us earlier, you'd kind of given that indication that it was 4 times per person. And, I'm not against travel, I just know that this has been a touchy subject forever. I think that, some of us choose to go, some of us don't, that to me is not the issue. The issue for me is, what's reasonable, and I don't know what the reasonable aspect is, but I think we have to look at, being reasonable, at this. So I was looking at cutting this in half, since I had, gone under the assumption that it was 4 times travel for everybody.
Do you know why though?
Huh?
When you finish, I'll explain why they got the 4.
I understand why. You've got 2 VMLs and 2 national leagues.
No,
That's what I anticipated.
no, that's not correct.
I thought it was just 3, BML and 2 NLCs.
No, so that's not correct. So,
But
when you finish, I was writing down your questions. Okay, so it's been a touchy subject because some people in council choose to make it one. It really isn't an issue that requires public debate or shunning for going to conferences because people choose not to go. The issue is those who choose not to go have made it a spectacle because they don't want to. But the reason why it's 4 is because, and I'll include this in my updated version for NLC. The reason why it's 4 is because NLC, you have to work backwards. The cities has been a part of NLC, I think, since 1982, I believe is the year that we've been a member, or one of the, a long-term member for the organization. NLC's conferences really start in the summer. So in the summertime, if you're a member of a constituency group or a council or committee, the policy-making group for NLC, you meet in the summer to develop your legislative plan. So in the summertime, you meet, and then in November, which is always our annual business meeting, That is when all of the councils, constituency groups, leadership team, everyone meets at our annual business meeting, which is also known as a city summit, and it's kind of convention style. The whole conference is geared toward working through your legislative agendas and other things, and I'll get into that in a bit, but essentially the whole premise is that it's set up by state and by city. So each city is a voting member, which is why we have to vote on delegates. And each city is like the presidential election, we call the conventions. Every state has their cities in a row. You vote for the national policy. So at the legislative meeting in November, you vote on a national policy. In March, we always have our congressional conference in December. That is where you advocate on the legislative agenda that was just adopted in November. So then you go to your congressmen and your senators and you advocate on behalf of the policies that affect your city, which is why it's important for you to be involved in June, because you want to make sure you put stuff on the table that benefit your city. And you want to lobby in November to make sure those things are passed. So in March, you go advocate for them, and then so that's 3 conferences in order to get the full participation. Then you start back over in the summertime. The reason why it's up to 4 is because VML has 1 annual conference, and it's usually held in October, late November, September, early October. So that is that. The reason why we calculated 4 is because in order for you to get the real benefit of our membership and to advocate the best we can on behalf of our cities at the federal level, because we don't have a lobbyist anymore. If council recalls, we used to have a federal lobbyist that advocated on the city's behalf. Council cut that. So we are the advocators at the federal level. So the other thing is the 4 conferences was suggested because, again, not everyone goes. VML offers training throughout the year for other events, like FOIA, the budget, legislative session. You can use your money to go get whatever educational opportunities that you want to, as long as it's within your allocation. And there's other educational opportunities, such as like the housing summit, the transportation conference, other things throughout the state that you can go to, as long as you're within your allocation. So that's where 4 came from.
Great. Let me just make sure I understand. Is there any requirement through NLC that the same person go to all 4 or 3 of those? Probably not. Could it
Yes, it is. It depends on what your position is in NLC.
Well,
so for me, it is a
if you'll
requirement.
let me finish,
Okay.
I understand
You s-
that, and certainly you and I have talked about this one-on-one, and we unfortunately did not agree, but I feel that when a counselor wants to take a position with a board on the NLC, they should probably do what I have to do at work. If I wanted to take a board position with the ABA for the American Bankers or something like that, I would have to first come back and ask if that's okay, knowing that I would have to spend more time and more money away. And you and I mentioned that, and we didn't come to agreement, and that's fine.
Because there's no
That's
rule
no
that
big deal.
requires it.
But but the thing is, you know, I don't know that there's any particular, and there may be, for clarity purposes, any particular requirement that the same people have to go to all 4 of them, and it couldn't be shifted off. There is nothing that says that the training that is done at NLC couldn't be gotten or, you know, given in-state or from some other organization. I certainly have to do that with my banking and, you know, look at the cost of funds. So I'm still not of the mindset that all of us have to go to all 4. And I don't care who goes and who doesn't. That's not my issue. My issue is that we share and minimize the cost as much as we can appropriately. And some of us are gonna agree with that and some of us aren't. That's just the way it is. I'm okay with that. But I'm looking at the potential for us to agree on cutting this travel and expenses as much as feasible and as much as we can, so that we still get the maximum benefit out of whatever NLC or VML has to offer as a city. We did it before this. I think we can come back to something that's more reasonable, and hopefully we will. So, appreciate it.
Okay, so we have to get ready to go in the back. I'll just say this for the incoming council members, for your knowledge, one, there is no requirement to get permission to serve on any position. Maybe that may be some expectations from others, personal, but that's not a requirement. It's not been discussed in the past. Two, the allocation for your travel is already provided to you. It's up to you what you want to do. People choose not to go, that's their prerogative and discretion. Three, the reason why it's not advised or advocated to send the same two people to conferences, no, because you don't, I'm just trying to educate you on this situation, is because there's over. No, I thought we said we were having a conversation, so if we are, then let me provide the conversation. It's not it is because I'm just providing the conversation too, for incoming members of council who are interested in having an alternative view. NOC conferences, not everybody has gone to one. If you go to the one in November, the annual business conference, that is the one where they have over 600 vendors for people to get services. They also have 100+ workshops. So it is impossible to send one or two people to that conference to get the best return on your investment. One person cannot manage going to all that they have to offer. The other thing is, VML is very limited. If you look at their past conferences, they don't touch on a fraction of what NOC gives at any given conference. And so much that VML has partnered with NOC to offer courses because VML does not have the bandwidth to do that. VML's conference is pretty much a day and a half. There's a difference between NOC's conference being multiple days and covering all types of trainings. It's a fact. If you go to VML's website, you will see they offer NOC trainings and webinars. The other thing is they also look at the return on investment for what you get back from coming from NOC. NOC has paid for several staff members to go there for free. They have paid for programs. We're gonna get POCO a $3,000 cost reduction. So if you look at what you get from participating with NOC, is the amount we spend on travel reduces. Just keep that in mind, but also I would ask everyone to actually look at NOC's website to see what they offer and look at past agendas so you can get a true sense of what they do, but then also be mindful that we're elected to represent our constituents and we shouldn't try to limit other people's job of getting educated and doing the best they can to bring back solutions for their constituents. We're elected by our wards, not from each other. So is there a motion to amend the agenda to go into closed session to talk about council appointees, specific to city attorney?
So moved.
Mr. City Attorney, can you help me with that language?
She had her hand up.
I've been trying to speak for a while.
What happened?
Madam Mayor.
I would just like to say, because we disagree, and that's okay. But there are 5 people on this council. I think Councilor Holloway and I are the only ones that don't have a full-time job, although I'm sure we stay busy. But the rest, a lot of you have full-time jobs. And I don't know how you can take off.
Well, that's.
Before, I mean, you've got family vacation, you've got other things to do.
All right, point of order.
And I can tell you.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
I think it's a little bit off the subject as far as people vacation. I don't think that relates to the budget discussion.
It doesn't, but it makes our point that if we're that dedicated to getting stuff on our
But
constituents.
my point of order still remains that we should, that should be a conversation individually, not on the dais.
I need to address the point of order.
Thank you.
Just stop.
No, I mean, it's a point of order is
Yeah, you have
a
to answer the point of
professional
order.
request.
Okay.
What's your point of
Not the
order?
point of order, what you're saying, does it relate to the notice of the special meeting?
Replying to the mayor. She had her explanation, I was just explaining.
Okay, is it related to the budget?
Well, that's why I don't like the travel budget, and that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
But leave, the
We're
leave.
talking about spending $35,000, $75,000 in travel. And I don't think a lot of us will do that.
That's your personal choice.
All right,
So we have an option.
the rest of that, was that relevant to the budget? Her personal schedule, her
Okay.
work,
I'll-
you withdraw that?
Yeah.
I'll sustain the point of order.
Thank you.
I'll take away vacation.
And then I sustain
But
my
I
motion
just
to.
feel like I can tell,
Don't go on. Please, please.
I can just tell, let me see. City clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
how much did you decide that each of us would spend if we went on 4, conventions,
I didn't.
whatever?
I
Did
didn't.
you plug in a figure to get to some of these?
At the time I did that, that was last year, and what I did is I pulled up the travel records, including the hotel, the registration, yada, 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 multiplied that number by 4, multiplied that number by 7 and rounded it up so that, or up or down so that it was divisible by 7. That's what I did then. This was, for this year, I didn't change anything. I just slid it
So
forward.
basically, we're working off the same figures
Yeah.
that you gave us last year.
Exactly, right, we just
you
opened
can-
it up so that, so that you had the opportunity to
go
go if
if
you
you want
wanted to.
All right, if I tell you right now, for 2019,
We're gonna divide it by 7 anyway, so what difference does it make?
And if you don't spend it, it goes back to the general fund.
Right.
Like it always has.
It goes back to the general fund every year. We never spend all our money.
that's separate though, I mean,
Council, there's a motion on the floor needing a second.
do you keep that, I mean,
second is
you know,
when
I
you
can
turn it
ask
over to
you tomorrow how much is left in my travel money?
You certainly can. I'm happy to let you know. You haven't gone but to one thing, so yours will be easy.
You went to
I don't think I went
VML.
that.
You did.
You went to VML
went to
in
VML.
I
Williamsburg.
didn't go to VML this time,
Not this year you didn't, last year,
Year
you're right,
before.
not this
I
year.
was out of town.
That's right.
Oh, so maybe, so your number is the starting number. You haven't gone
Okay,
anywhere.
Madam Mayor, we need a second, you're running out of time.
I've asked for a second, but no one's.
I just feel like this number is inflated because it is,
I've made
motion's
the
gonna
motion
fail.
to amend the agenda
I
to
already
add.
have the motion, Councilor Pelham, you already made it.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you, sorry.
I
I
thought
make
I
the
made the
motion
motion.
to adjourn.
No, we're already going to the back.
Okay,
Why?
she made
Well,
a
you can vote against it.
That's not on the agenda.
This discussion.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Well, Amanda said roll call.
Going into
She said roll call.
No, a minute, because we're gonna be longer than 10 minutes.
Mayor Gore?
Go ahead, yes.
Counselor Denton? The motion on the floor is the motion to go into close.
To go back into closed session?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
I thought it was
I'm
to
sorry,
amend.
I asked for him to verify the motion.
I have the motion in front of me.
No,
Oh.
this is a special meeting, it has a
Oh,
notice
I forgot.
for a particular purpose, and in order to change that purpose, it has to be unanimous consent of all members of council.
Well, so that would be the end of that.
Okay, well, can
Thank
you
you.
put,
She gotta still continue to vote. You can't just stop the vote when somebody say no.
no, it's, yeah,
It
that's
has
why
to
you gotta
be
continue to vote.
unanimous.
It has to be unanimous
Yeah,
for us
but
to
you
change
still
it.
gotta call roll.
Finish
Mr.
calling
Kalos,
roll.
finish your thought, please.
Well, I don't know that, the first has to be some way to ascertain whether there's unanimous consent to transact any business other than what was in the notice. And what's in the notice has to do with the budget, so,
So the motion on the floor was to amend the agenda.
Right,
So-
and the answer to your question, Mr. Kalos, is no, there is not unanimous consent.
But you don't have that. You need to finish doing the roll call to establish that there isn't unanimous. You stopped at her. That's why we told you to
Because
continue.
her no makes it non-unanimous.
That's true, but you still need to have a full record of everyone voting. You just don't stop at the first person that says no.
I don't think it's even about the agenda yet. It's, you have to get past the notice before you get past the agenda. The notice would have to, there would have to be unanimous consent to talk about something that's beyond the notice. I mean, if you wanna do it as a motion to
Yes, aren't you?
amend the agenda, I suppose that's a way to see if there's unanimous consent.
That's what we just did.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I think I get that. Okay,
Who's
so we'll
that?
finish this roll call and it'll achieve what you're trying, I see.
Well,
what
I'm
you-
not trying to do anything.
No, I know, but pursuant to the law, I got you. Okay. Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yep.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes, but it still fails because it's not unanimous.
So it fails. So we have a record. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it, so ordered. Good night.
Good night, you can tell me. Are the lights off? Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.